Hey, beautiful people. How is everybody doing? I see the chat is lively tonight already. Y'all are too funny. You guys are with it. Okay, let's go and get this show on the road because y'all are doing the mostest.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Right, guys, now that we've gotten the formalities out of the way, how are y'all doing? Snap. Life has been lifing. You guys are too funny. You guys had oh, Rika. I hope you're with us, my love. Good evening, Sarah. Dang. Smeradina's already. Dang. She's already started the chat. Oh, dang. I can't with y'all. Okay, I guess we are getting straight into the events of tonight, guys. Your girl has been exhausted. So, this is going to be training as well, guys. I'm going to have to kind of like learn how to keep it like short and sweet, right? I'm up early tomorrow. I've got a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm gonna have to as well. Newsflash again. I'm gonna have to get into this rhythm of trying to incorporate another live for new subscribers. The guides had their qualm as well about something, basically me getting the new subscribers an opportunity to sort of get their readings and stuff as well. But it's just one of those things, yo. It's just the politics is politicsing out there. And it's really quite interesting, actually. Oh, I just had an update as well that a soul's transitioned into the heavens. Very unexpected soul. I guess there was still a little bit of unrest with how they left and stuff, but it's nice to know that they've been able to transition. Nonetheless, God is good. That's what that is. God's everlasting forgiveness is amazing. That's what that is, okay? He receives all kinds. Good, bad, and unjust. Okay, so let's see where we are with the list. I'm going to get the list up so we can have a look at that. One of my ring lights has gone out, guys, sadly. But I guess we'll just have to work with what we've got. Kay was in the chat earlier, so let's see who have we got on the list. That's Smeradina's already got her stuff out there. Okay, so we've got Smeradina, Love Ma, Rika, Ash 13, Sammy, Angus Carr, Ari, Sarah, Mina, and So Amazing closing out the free list. And the donation list is open. SK, I'm afraid the list is closed, my love. If you're still sort of like with us. But the donation list is open, or stick around if somebody misses their slot. I don't think Mina's in the building just yet. She's probably still sleeping through it. The guys will wake her when the time is right. Let me go and start the list in that case, actually, because, yeah, gonna be needed. Okay, guys, how's the week been for you guys? What's been going on in your worlds? Sorry, I'm like getting this space together. I'm getting all the cards out that I'm gonna need for you guys. I usually like to get the cards out once I've opened space, because usually I open space with an incense and do a bit of a prayer, if you will. So yeah, I like for the space to be open when I come into the space, if you know what I mean. Hey, Love Ma. Talk to me, y'all. How y'all doing? Oh, you were sick this week. Stressful because school opened back. Dang. School opened back. Okay. Oh, how's that? I'm like, it's funny because I'm in, so I'm pre-prepping for the uni course that I want to do next year. So I'm like on a course now. So I'm definitely there with you as far as that, because I'm like having to plan my schedule, and like I'm letting people know, I'm having to plan things accordingly. So boundaries are definitely being set during the season as well. I'm just like, whoa. Don't have the capacity. So I can only imagine, Kayla. I'm sending you some good vibes, girl, because I'm sure that is stressful AF. And I'm sorry to hear that you were sick, Love Ma. I hope you feel better soon. I was up and down this week myself. Exhaustion was my illness. It was almost terminal, which is why I slept for like 12 hours. I was supposed to go for a nap yesterday after work, after my first job, because I got 2 jobs, as well as this stuff that I do here for you guys and many other things. So it's a lot. Yeah, I barely have time for myself. Listen, I'm navigating through that myself. Literally the whole day. I've been up since like after 6, as you guys can see. This wasn't posted till today, but y'all, that's why I'm saying y'all are doing the mostest. Y'all was out here. Y'all was like, girl, I don't care what time you post this. I am ready. This is why the guide said I got to get another live in for new subscribers so they can get an opportunity, so I can touch more people as well. Because there was a court that was held, and I'm still being on trial for that, so I need to get better at that. But yes. So this week was not a good one. We had fires here in Greece. Dang. That's not fun. I didn't realize you were in Greece, Mardina. Oh, love a bit of Greece. I visited in, I want to say 2016. And that was dope. Me and my partner actually said we wanted to get married on a little beach chapel out there. So you guys inspired a manifestation. We're still working on it. There's lots of somatics to the process. Didn't realize. Love that. Making connections. Love. Oh, guys, it has been quite weak. I think Mercury's due for retrograde as well. I'm just going to check, because I am just like, I feel the energy retrograding. Yeah, Mercury went retrograde. I'm like, this feels like Mercury retrograde energies, because like things are starting to pull back. I was like looking around, I was seeing like accidents. I was like, oh my God, Mercury must be in retrograde. Hey. Hi, Mystical. Unfortunately, the free list is closed. Donation list is open. But you can stick in there and see if anybody misses that slot, basically. Yeah, Mercury's in retrograde, y'all. Let's see the dates on this. It's retrograde in Virgo. This is going to be fun. I'm about to have the Pisces full moon, and Mercury's retrograde. Like, so I'm Aquarius, Pisces cusp, and then my rising's Virgo. Oh my God. Hang on to your hats, guys. The energy is going to be interesting. I don't know how well your girl's going to be out here. I'm optimizing, okay, for the most part, but I don't know how I'm going to handle that direct impact to me. Okay, that's a lot of energy for me to navigate. So we shall see how that goes. Take that as a prerequisite. I'm not responsible for anything that sort of unfolds during that type of transit for me, okay? I'll do my best. I don't know how often I'm going to be out here, but I'm going to work on it. Hey, Rika. Okay, guys, we're going to get into Smaradinia's reading because she was out here straight into it, straight off the cuff. Okay, so before this message, Smara said, girl, I have an update since the last time we spoke about it. Me and Gianni couldn't make it for even a week. I left him. He will either stop being flirty or this is the end. My question will be about it. Yes, it's not the end. So we'll figure out if he's going to stop being flirty, because that's going to definitely sort of the Mercury retrograde energy for you guys as well. Did he come in on a retrograde recently? What was the dynamics when he came in? Because I think these things, like I say to people, look, it's not like a deal breaker coming in on like a Mercury retrograde. It just means that God's already giving you clear vision. This is going to be like one of those things that has, you know, high odds, not necessarily in favor of the relationship. So we're dealing with percentiles of like the 56s right up to like 65, maybe 67 percentile of like success rate, right, in terms of probability. So in most cases, it's like you just have to work a little bit harder for the relationship to work, basically, right? He comes and leaves on retrograde. Oh God, see, this is what I mean. Just means you got to work a little bit harder. Doesn't mean that the relationship is doomed. It just means potentially that there's a lot of like bad habits that has to be relinquished in order for the relationship to work, right? And I think it's a case of whether or not the two counterparts who engage in these course of these cycles are actually sort of like willing to, you know, dial down and do the work that's necessary. So we're going to dive into it nonetheless, and see what's coming, because the clairsentient activation is real. My nose is already tickling, so we're going to dive into it. Clearly the guys want to go and unpack that for you. Hi, Rosie. Free list is closed. Donation list is open. Stick around. Someone might miss their turn on the free list. It's kind of the way the process works over here, but yeah. Otherwise, you can feel free to, you know, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when I do go live. But I'm gonna start getting a live in for new subscribers. Okay, it's on the list. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Right, guys. So we know the situation with Smara and Gianni. Smara wants to know, how is Gianni's feelings or thoughts about you? Is this the closure for this connection, or will he come back to me? Girl, he was on vacation with his friends and he followed girls, and one of them put him in her story. That's why I left him. Dang. Yeah, we spoke about the tendency to just be like grass is greener syndrome. It's just one of those things. I mean, it's hard when we live in the society that we live in as well. And social media just be like out here where people are telling on themselves. That part. People be telling on themselves through social media. That's how social it is. Okay. Like everybody knows your business. That part. So let's dive into it, Smara. Let's start with his feelings, guys, because we want to know how he is dealing with the disconnect, you know, where he's at with everything. So listen, it does sound juicy in a good way, doesn't it? Let's see. What's his feelings towards? Oh, thank you. That was straight to the point, y'all. Okay. Yeah. Ew. Okay. Put this into context for me then. Hey. Unfortunately, my love, the free list is closed, donation list is open. However, you can stick around and someone might miss their turn on the free list. Okay. So we're gonna dive into it, Smara, and oh. Sorry. Sorry. The guides be throwing shade. You know when they come with their condescension? They're so condescending. And listen, like what I'm learning is that my guides are low-key ratchet. They just as ratchet as me. Okay. Okay, great. So what they said is it's so interesting. You guys are going through a major arcana in terms of the dynamics and the situation. Obviously, we've got the Empress here and she's in reverse. So that's talking about blocked energy, right? But he's navigating through a recovery from that situation. So he's kind of like trying to find his strength with the situation. But the part that I was laughing about, right, is that I asked them to clarify this, right? And they were like, yeah, he's crossing the path of letting his friends help him. Okay. That's his lesson. That's what I was laughing about. That's what, oh, look, my little veins be popping out. Listen, they are feeling spicy tonight. Spicy. Okay. So, this is the path that he's crossing. He's learning from basically like letting people lead him astray. Okay. And how that's pretty much caused him to be in a space where he's not getting any play in this space with you at all. He's not necessarily getting any situation where he's able to, you know, how can I put it? He can't pretend basically that he can give you what it is that you want. And I think he's trying to figure out if it's worth trying to get better at playing the game or if it's actually worth like just letting you go on and do you, to be fair. And when I say get better at playing the game, I mean get better at navigating through these situations. Because he ain't planning, like his friends aren't going nowhere. Do you see what I'm saying? He's not planning to let his friends go anywhere. It's just he's trying to figure out how to live this bacheloresque lifestyle that he's accustomed to whilst trying to navigate through a space with you where you want something a lot more serious, right? What's up, Kay? But I think it's just one of those situations where now he's kind of weighing up whether or not it's worth it, to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie. He's weighing it up whether or not it's worth it. He's kind of recovering from the situation and trying to figure out how to, you know, like be stealthy about the situation at the same time. Okay. Was there more to the story? Sorry, because they're like, don't you want to know if there was more to the story than that? Do you want to know if there was more to the story than that, Smara? Because they were like, don't you want to know if there was more to the story than that? Because, like, she's blocked him, but, like, don't you want to know if there's more to the story than that, right? Question to you, but yes. I'm sure you do, Mama. Y'all are just with the ratchet tonight. I'm telling you, just with the whole ratchet tonight. Oh, God. Listen, okay. Let me make some room for this because clearly they want to talk. Okay. They want to spill. They want to spill tea. I know you do, girl. And clearly they want to let you know. They want to let you know. They're like, take a seat. Okay. Right. Oh, such girl. How are you doing, Mama? We are in the full swing of a live reading, but the free list is closed at the minute. Donation list is open, and you can stick around for the free list just in case anybody misses their opportunity, right? Because we're sort of live. People are like trying to stay up. It's a lot. Okay, it's a whole assignment for all of us to get like this show going, but feel free to hang out. If not, you can always tune in another time. I'm going to get a live going for new subscribers. So let's see. What was the real tea, guys? Talk to me, because y'all want to spill. Okay. Okay. What was really going down in the space in that situation? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Clearly, I know you guys wanted to talk about it. They just wanted to talk about it. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, girl. I'm gonna go deeper. Tell me more. Okay. Tell me more about the injustice that occurred. Talk to me about it. Okay. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay. Sorry, I'm like I'm literally out here. I'm just like taking it all in. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So this is really interesting. They're low-key advocating, and I'm going to tell you why. So I guess they wanted to ask the question. We're going to go into unpacking your final like semi-question. I love how you like sidebarred that question as well. But the situation, they're saying that you may have been a little bit quick to close the door. They're saying that. And I'll tell you on this particular situation, they're saying that he actually wasn't necessarily, yes, he was flirty, but he wasn't necessarily, he didn't go as far as you perceived the situation in that particular situation. But the universe closed the door on it because he has the capacity of much more. That wasn't a situation where he basically got himself into some ish, but there had been other situations whilst he's been away that basically was like the final, like, nah, y'all, you ain't for our girl smart, you know? Right? So it's one of those types of situations, which is interesting because definitively the universe ultimately, did decide the alignment is off. And that situation, interestingly enough, wasn't actually the thing that it wasn't like the moment of his like ultimate misbehavior, right? But that moment was the only significant moment that was going to reveal the distasteful behavior that he was exhibiting nonetheless. So yeah, the universe had to tell on him one way or another, basically. Because it just wasn't aligning, girl. It wasn't aligning. But that wasn't necessarily the situation that, yeah, it appeared to be in that moment. That was probably one of the more innocent moments in the situations where he was a little bit like where he didn't need to be at the guise of his friends, which is why, again, he's navigating through okay, because he had a strategy for what he was doing, but he came out of his strategy and was mixing and mingling in a dynamic where like his friends situation where his friends took him, what they were doing, the people they were around, all of that was too out there, basically. That went against the code of everything that he was doing to be stealthy with the way that he was moving in the space of his misbehaviors, right? So this was going to be the thing that was going to trip him up and basically kind of like pull the veil. Yeah, definitely strategy, definitely strategy. Just in terms of how he was navigating the situation whilst he was away and you guys were sort of like separate in this space. Let's go and dive into damn girl. Let me the cards be out here. Yeah. See, that's the whole thing. That is the whole thing. Feel me? Strategy. But the universe removed him from your space because I guess your guides see that he's got quite a conniving spirit, and you don't take well to those types of spirits anyways. Like one, it's a bit of a trigger for you as well. You tend to lash out when you have to deal with people that tend to be like that. And two, it's a situation where it's just not like a safe environment for you anyways, because he's quite toxic with the habitual behavior. Like he gets a thrill from this ish. So that's like his natural environment to be in that type of state. So it was like, yeah. This is too much, too much. We ain't gonna do this. But yeah. That part, girl. Let's go and have a little look then, guys, and see. Okay. Is this the closure of this connection, or will he come back to me? Okay. Gonna answer that question in a different way, because that question will just give us a riddle. How do you see things playing out with these guys moving forward then? Okay. So how do you see things playing out moving forward? Oh. Oh, thank you. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting, guys. Very, very interesting. Sorry, I'm like making room so I can get another little something going as well. Tell me more about this. Sorry, tell me more about this right here. Yeah, what do you mean? Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. 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 Well, answer me this then. Will he be back? Sorry, let's do this. The romance cards. Lalima, I'm sorry, Mama. Free list is closed. The donation list is open, or you can stick around if somebody misses their slot on the free list. Clarify this dynamic for me in terms of feelings on this. Do you see him returning? Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm like going through the process. Okay. So, interestingly enough, what they were saying to me about how the situation is going to play out, because that was the initial question. I just went on a whole little deep diving. Sorry, y'all. Like, I had to go and unpack everything so I can get full clarity so I can put it into context for you. They're saying that with this situation, your guides have decided, listen, the trigger isn't worth it. Okay. The trigger is just not worth it. He's not necessarily mirroring behavior that you want or that you are exhibiting. It's just more a case of like habitual patterns that you have experienced in the past. And it's like you've kind of transcended those types of behaviors, but you still keep choosing that type. So they're going to spare you, I guess, from the consequences of said type, right? By making sure that it's not a situation that you're going to be excessively triggered by. So they're going to sort of like, I guess, keep him at bay if he can't behave type thing. But I think he is going to, I guess, make a reoccurrence at some point, you know. And I think ultimately it's for you to be able to kind of like make the decision and, you know, let the universe know where you really are in terms of that decision, right? Because you say one thing, but then it's almost like something that isn't necessarily in alignment to that shows up and you can kind of settle for that anyways. And the universe is like, well, do you want it or not? Basically. And it's almost like, well, if you take this, then you're saying that this is what you want, essentially. And I'm going to say this, if that's what you want, that's okay too. But if it's not what you want, just know that you're going to have to pay the price. And that means patience, waiting for your standard to be met, and actually aligning with the right person who's able to meet said standards. But for the most part, I can see that it's not all the way over. I think he's going to remove himself from the space. There's not going to be much of an effort made to restore anything initially. I do think it's going to be a little while. I think you guys have a little window going. Maybe 5-6 weeks from now, there might be some sort of reoccurrence or popping up or some sort of interaction potentially. Where you get a retest on this after the Mercury retrograde is over as sort of like a final yay or nay. Basically, the universe is like, so what was it on that one? You know? So I guess ultimately he's your opportunity to align with your standards, and make it clear to the universe what it is that you do want. So yeah. And I don't think that do you know what? For the most part, like I said, I don't think that he will, girl. He will. He will. And it shall be your test. And God don't want to hear you say, but God, why you let him do this to me? Okay. It's so funny because God's been like putting Ish on blast out here, like letting it be known. Listen, I am but the force. Okay. Y'all do with me what you will. That was a funny conversation when I had that one. It's like, I didn't do that to you. You did that to you. I am but the force. I was like, so what you mean? Oh, guys, I'm telling you, listen, God is feeling funny this week. Hence all this chaos that we're dealing with. There's humor in there somewhere, but it's a lot. It's a whole lot. And consequences are real. Like, I think it's one of those things where I'm learning that God is just as disappointed as we are in some decisions that we make. Okay, that part. Let's see. Let's close out the space with the final guidance on what you should be doing as far as the guides see fit, right? So what do you guys advise our girl Smaradina to do? Wow, this is what we're navigating through, beautiful. I think he's not ready to settle with that type of behavior just yet. I think he really is just as conniving. That's what I was actually getting into. I think with him, his thing is he's not really ready to settle down yet. That's just the truth. He's just not ready to settle down. It's not that he'll never yet learn. He's just not learning right now. He's got like a good 7 years. His clock is a little bit of time away. He's got like a good 7 years. He's just not ready to settle down yet. It's still something that he still needs to get out of his system. And I think the lifestyle that he lives is just, yeah, it supports that kind of behavior. So it's just kind of what it is. Hello, Navjot. Let's close out this space with your guidance. What do you guys advise? Thank you. Scenario, mama. How are you doing, beautiful? No big happy changes, girl. No big happy changes. In terms of the not right time situation, it's going to be revisited in the next few months again. And I believe that he is the only one flirting around. His friends have settled. He can't help himself. He can't help himself. That's just the way that he is. It's just the way that he is. And this is interesting, right? Because if his friends are so settled, why are they the ones getting him into ish as well? Okay? Their asses shouldn't be anywhere where their significant other wouldn't feel comfortable them being. If he got into stuff putting it out there on social media, they probably got into some ish too. Okay? I'm doing good. Trying to decide if I should get some long nails. How are you? It depends on how long you want the nails, I guess. And how long for. I haven't done nails in a long time. I'm literally like I rock my own nails. That's about as long as I can go. But I'm doing good, beautiful. I'm doing good. God is good. That's all I can say. They didn't follow girls. I don't know. So how did they get into the space where they were on the live, where it was a little bit of compromising situation? What happened there? I'm gonna start packing up shop, but yeah. Literally, I've rocked the natural nail far too long. I need some clappers there. Oh, girl, listen. Hey, Mina. You're right on time, beautiful. I knew you were sort of taking a little time. The guide said you'll be here when you need to be. You're good. Don't worry. They're all together, but he spoke to the girls. Okay. Gotcha. I mean, this is a thing, Smardinia. He's not really settled in anything, and I don't know that he wants to be just yet. He still just likes living the bachelor life. And I know that you have the expectation of him to kind of like treat your situation like exclusively in a monogamous way, but I don't know. He's just not there yet. And I think, don't get me wrong, he likes you, but I think also he just can't help the way that he is. He likes attention. He just likes attention. It's just the way he likes attention. And if he's not being paid attention, sometimes like he will do things to get attention, good, bad, or indifferent. And I think that's a little bit of where this behavior actually stems from. It stems from boredom, actually. You know how they say the devil makes work for idle thumbs? His thumbs are far too idle, okay? So it's just one of those things. But yeah. They said no big happy changes necessarily coming from the situation. It's not necessarily a forgiveness thing. He is going to come back into the space or attempt to, make some sort of connection, I guess, once the Mercury retrograde is sort of winding down as well. I think he's giving you some time to like blow off steam. Hoping that you kind of like forget everything. It may not even take him too long, actually. I can't handle his attention-seeking behavior, and I get that. Beautiful. I get that. It's quite the challenge when you're kind of like navigating through a relationship with someone who has a tendency to kind of like, seek validation elsewhere, because that's kind of how they get their assertion of who they are. But I don't know what to tell you, beautiful. It's an imbalanced root chakra. That's that's the only thing that I could say. Like, I can only state the obvious. It's an imbalanced root chakra. His sense of identification is a little bit skewed, and he's still building on the foundations of self and how he sees himself and who he is versus who he thinks he should be and who he thinks he should show up as this masculine, right? And sometimes he can appear a little bit over masculinized, because he's trying so hard to kind of like exert his masculinity, if you will, in these situations. But it actually stems from a place of insecurity where he's not too sure of himself and his masculinity to just sit and be still in certain moments. So I don't know. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one to deal with. Yeah. Sorry. But keep me posted and let me know how it goes when he does pop back in, because you guys clearly have some unfinished business with the situation, I guess. But that wasn't necessarily the thing. In that moment, I guess there wasn't anything moving along further in that moment per se, but there were injustices at other times whilst he's been away and stuff as well. So yeah. Thank you, beautiful. Right, let's pack this up. Well, we literally got all the decks out for you, Smara. Dang, girl. Listen, that was a lot. Okay. So, let's go and dive into the next question. Love Ma, are you there, my love? How are you doing, Mina? How's your week been? I caught up with everybody. How's your week been so far? We've got the weekend to wind down. I really wish the weekend was like, listen, thank you, girl, for putting the question out there. Yeah. I'm sorry that it's a struggle for you guys, but I think it really is because of the timing that he came in. But he came in around about that timing because that's really where his qualities lied, I guess, in terms of him being able to manifest into your reality. It had to be retrograde season, otherwise the universe saw no other way to permit him into your world, basically. Because he has different elements of vibrating lower than your standards and expectations in certain things. So, but he's a great opportunity for you to work through those things as well. It was a lot of work lately. Yeah, that part. We was literally just sort of speaking about that earlier as well. I think Kayla was saying school started back, so she's like busy and stuff as well. Myself, I'm doing a course. It's just crazy busy. I've literally been up since 6:30 this morning just going, so I'm trying to wrap up quickly tonight, y'all. I'm gonna need to get the charger soon as well, because I can see that, yeah, your girl's gonna need that. But Love Mars question. Let me just grab me some juice. Okay. Got lots to do tomorrow. Oh, guys. Tomorrow I am doing a 40th birthday party. And so cool. She's actually doing a spirit animal theme party. Love that. I'm going as a dove. That has been my spirit animal for a good few years. I actually think it signifies just the way that I am, I guess, in general, type thing. Definitely an air creature due to my tendency to just be in the clouds. Okay. I'll be in the clouds. But that's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that. I was saying to the guys, oh, what happened to like me doing parties? I haven't done that in a while. Let's get me back out there doing like gigs, like out there. So this one manifested really quickly. They actually, that was like a sidebar thought that I just randomly had. I didn't even know if I wanted to like pay mind to that thought, but here we are. Nonetheless, it manifested through a friend because I wasn't going to actually go out there and like set up the whole situation, but it manifested fairly quickly within like 2-3 days of that like wandering thought. Whereas I didn't even think the thought was vibrating like that intensely to actually manifest so quickly. But hey, my window of curiosity, like my curious thought seems to be manifesting the quickest. And I need to like, yeah, I need to get like a firewall to sift through that because some of the things that I'm curious about, guys, look, is it this side? You guys won't be able to see. Oh, can you see? Can you see? I manifested a gray hair because of my curiosity. I was curious. I was like, oh, I haven't had a grey hair yet. I'm into my 30s. I wonder how come I haven't had a grey hair yet. Literally, less than 2 days. Boom. Got two. But I'll be out here rocking it. I'm like, look at my salt and pepper. I got 2 grey hairs, guys. Oh, but listen, be mindful what you are manifesting. The donation details are in the description, Lalima. It's in the description for like one question. But yes, y'all, you just gotta be mindful, especially because like when you're working on your vessel, the manifesting just goes right through you, like the vibration, doop, 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 and out. Anywho, we're gonna get Love Ma's question in. Love Ma said, I know it's a weird question. Okay, look at you making confessions already. This means that I might have to rephrase your question, my love. That's so funny. My question is, was I born in this family? Is there any purpose or my past life karma if I was a bad person? Well, damn. Is life that hard, Love War? Huh? I'm gonna like rephrase the question clearly because I wouldn't be my dyslexic mind couldn't even understand them coming through with these types of riddles for this phrasing of how you've asked it. Listen, I love how you guys are coming through with the technically like 3 questions in like the one sentence. Y'all are real crafty. I love that actually. That is funny. La Lima. Okay, you donated. I'm gonna check PayPal. I'm assuming you donated via PayPal because I think that's the only thing that's working at the minute. To be fair, I don't think the Cash App is doing too well. I think Cash App has been down for a minute, and I still haven't figured out really what's actually going on there. But yes, I have received your donation, my love. Okay. Because I'm already starting with Love Ma's reading. After Love Ma, your reading will be next. So start prepping your question. So we can dive into it. Okay. Right. So dang, let me go get the charger, y'all. Let me go get the charger before I dive into this, and then homegirl is gone. Okay. Here we are. Let's get it going and charged. Yeah. There we go. Kill beans. Right. So, why was I born in this family? We're going to use the energy. Oh, did you? Okay. Let me have a look. Sorry, that was to La Lima. I like your name. It's fun to say. La Lima. Oh, yep. I can see you did. You did donate. for a second question too. Thank you, beautiful. Okay, cool. Um, Once I'm finished up with Love Ma, you can put your questions out there and we'll unpack it. Okay, so we're gonna dive into the why. I'm gonna utilize the energy deck for it. Um, it's so funny that you're here, Mina, because honestly, Lalima was here earlier whilst you were sort of still sleeping and stuff or whatever, right? And it was interesting because I was like, oh, I when I first came into the space, I was like, oh, I don't see Mina. I don't. They were like, yeah, don't worry, she'll be here when she needs to be here. So it's interesting how like everything just aligned. But yeah, sidebar. Sorry. I just thought that was so interesting. The guides, like, they know how this thing runs. They know everybody's cues, you know. And cue Mina. Let's wake her up, guys. It's time for her. It's so funny. All the stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Like, seriously, I would love to watch all the playbacks of like these moments, you know, like without the veil, just see what's going on behind the scenes whilst we're actually like in live play as well. So dope, I'm sure. Dude, they're funny. Very good executive producers. They produce amazingly for the most part when they have like talent that works well. You know what I mean? Some talent's a bit hard to work with. I was talking to my partner earlier and I was saying to him, like, look, the guides love it when we work hard because then they don't have to work as hard because they work the hardest, okay? Because we're just out here like living our best lives as we all say we're doing. And they're like, nah. You came here to live like a semi best one if that's really it. Because you got this to do, you got that to do, you got this to do. You ain't at the best life yet. This is a semi best. You working towards best, you know, that type of vibe. Um, Haha, I was taking a nap and loved how they wake me up just when I need to. That was literally, they were like, nah, she's cool. We'll leave her for now. That was really the sort of dynamic. But they said, you'll be here when you need to. And right on time. Love it. It's like you're in your trailer having a little nap before lights, camera, action. That was funny. Anywho, okay, so we're going to dive into it. We want to understand a little bit more about Love Ma and their purpose here. We want to understand God's intention for the manifestation that is Love Ma, right? As clearly as you guys can sort of put it descriptively, you know? Thank you. Let's dive into it, guys. I don't know why my soul chose this family. I have a non-loving, rejecting mother. I don't know if I ever find love because of this. Oh. And I'll tell you why. Okay? This is exactly why you were manifested into this family. You are the alchemist, right? You are the type of person who can take something that is super hot passionately and make it lukewarm, just the right temperature, just the right degree. You're also somebody who can, you know, warm up a room even when there is someone who is as cold in nature as your mother. I want to put this across to you in terms of mum as well. She gives to you what she has. These feelings of rejection and lack of love are things that she merely has herself. This is her experience of love. So this is how she gives love. It's unfortunate. I myself, I've processed rejection right down to the very womb. So I understand what that's like when it pretty much makes up your emotional body and you have to navigate through those cycles and triggers of rejection, not only in this dynamic, I guess, with mum, because it kind of like sets the standards and precedent for like how other relationships would kind of like manifest, you know. um what I would say with the situation, because you basically, oh, that's nice. um mm, it's sad that you are navigating through feelings of the rejection, because I'm like getting the download on the situation, right? But it's almost like, obviously I asked the question like, why were you sort of like gifted to this family? Why, what was God's intention in bringing you into this family? And mum was navigating through her own depressions, I guess, at the time. And it's unfortunate because I think that her navigating through those stresses and pressures of life kind of also ultimately formulated some level of disconnect for you guys, right? You are genetically a manifestation of a period of that time in her life. Genetically speaking, it's just the emotional body that she was at that time that became your emotional gestation. So it thereby became like your emotional body in essence. And then you kind of have to process a lot of the stuff that she wasn't necessarily like processing and the things that she wasn't necessarily navigating. So this feeling of rejection that you see very apparent from her, these are feelings that she herself unfortunately has felt her whole life. I guess it's just something that she's never really taken the opportunity to dive into. I don't think she knows how to really unpack it. I think these are probably some of the things that actually causes her to be depressed, actually. Um, she goes through different stages of depression. I think like her depression sometimes can level up to like 7, 8, like in terms of quaking. Like sometimes she can just be very standoffish. She goes like into deep isolation. Um, the rejection is on a different level when she starts to withdraw in those types of spaces. So I think it's just a battle that she's navigated prior to you. I think if anything, um, I don't know, it's kind of like a battle shared is a battle halved. I guess you're the other half of that genetic sequence that gives her an opportunity to be able to optimize. Obviously, we share the lineage hard drive as well. So as you continue to work through the layers of some of these things, it does optimize her ability to be able to face some of these traumas herself as well. What I would say in the situation, I think there's a lot of I don't want to say fear of the unknown because it sounds so cliche, but it feels like there's a lot of situations. Your mum tends to be a little bit of a worrier. She worries a bit about, I want to say, some things that are quite insignificant for the most part. And I think these are some of the things that like weighs on her. And I think as a result of that, I don't know, she has this tendency. I don't know if she knows what it's like to experience healthy love. And I get the sense that there's a piece of her that doesn't even feel like she deserves it. She doesn't know how to manage it. Like, in all honesty, I think if like you guys were to actually get healthy as she is presently, like that whole concept would be so alien to her in terms of the relationship dynamic. I don't know that she would be able to kind of withstand that type of environment, you know. I agree with you. I think she's developed very heavily a manifestation of her narcissistic traits and tendencies. I do think that she's, you know, she goes into narc mode a fair bit, quite a fair bit. That generally happens when we go into narc mode. It's generally like a indication that we feel that there's like a threat in the environment. I know that there's like a lot of talks about the neurology of like narcissists and stuff, and it is a genetic sequence, absolutely. I mean, these demons, they move through generations, right? It's just the way that it is. But a narcissist is actually made, right? It's made through all of these variables that you're speaking about, lack of love. So that person becomes very much like self. They only think about self, they only can identify self, and it's a struggle sometimes for them to be able to like, identify their place when there's other people around as well, because they don't know how to basically like be in a crowd and still have their own value, because then they start to displace a lot of their value. So narcissists, a lot of their identity gets chipped away actually in childhood. And this is the thing, narcissism's a sickness for the most part. It actually really is. And I'm an empath. I attract narcissists. Absolutely. And I think that it's one of those things as well. Obviously, it's interesting because God was speaking to me this morning about scripture, right? And he was just explaining to me, and I've spoken to you guys about this before, about when he's pouring out of one individual into the other, and how, the balance of that must be able to bring things into a neutral. Consider it the Libra, right? The Libra point of the process of evolution, because that's what the zodiac speaks on. It's a process of evolution, right? Like the Bible speaks about, how God says that just as iron sharpens iron, so too will we be brought together to be able to strengthen and sharpen each other. And it's one of those dynamics whenever God, because even in the Bible speaks about like narcissists. The Bible already knew, was putting us on game about this narcissism illness that, the collective is sick with as a result of like the poor treatment and the lack of love, and just how it is in navigating life here, basically, since the 200 fallen angels have started to cause a bit of a demise of the world. But hey, I think with those types of dynamics, I'll tell you what, right? The narcissistic parent is precisely the parent that is needed to nurture the very best healers. And I'll tell you why, right? And I have to speak on this because God, and again, we had this conversation this morning and this is why I'm like changing my tone of going to God on the whole like sorrow woe is me situation. Because sidebar, like, homeboy is just like, nah, girl, it's time to get the ish together. There is no time for this. We got ish to do. Let's figure out how you did this. Now let's backtrack and retrograde in retrospect, and let's get ourselves together for like forward movement. So, in having the conversation this morning with God, precisely about these dynamics that I'm seeing going on in the world, where he's utilizing, some really, really amazing light workers to be able to bring the balance back into this realm, right? Because hello, demon time's a real thing and the balance is clearly off. If people are like literally out here like activating on demon time and letting it be known, that's the time they're on, right? So with the dynamics that we're in at the minute, with like the level of empath, I guess, activation that God is sort of bringing into we need these narcissistic parents. Unfortunately, they're our first trainers, they're our best trainers, they are the ultimate trainers that actually teaches us how to be able to shape our ability to empathize, actually. What happens, however, is that we're, as an empath, as we grow into the adult version of that, ultimate light, we need to actually learn how to kind of balance our relationships and find a healthy balance between empathy and narcissism, right? And I'll tell you what that is. Narcissism is when we go into selfish mode. Empathy is when we are on the other end of that spectrum, where we are, we're no longer in self mode, we're actually in collective mode, right? We're sort of like the energy is emitting out there and we're picking up on everybody else's frequency. But she's a perfect trainer for, and this again, it sounds cliche and I don't want to like, downplay the environment that you're in for your training, but let me be very clear to you, you are in training. The narcissist that you deal with within the home is training for the narcissist that you will deal with outside of the home. And the world that we live in with these narcissism illnesses is very real. Okay. I think that God puts his best light workers in a place of training from birth, because they are going to be met with quite the challenge. And if anything, think of this as how strong you are, or how powerful you are. Okay. Now, what we need to be talking about is what we're going to do about navigating through said narcissist. I think that was a better question for you to ask. Because then, even though I'm talking all this tea about, like, the fact that they are the best trainers for this training ground, so that we can go out there, and then when we meet a narcissist, we're like, you my mama, I know how to move through you. See what I'm saying? That's the whole point of that, right? That's the whole point of that, because God wants to obviously make sure that we're prepared when we get out here. So unfortunately, our parents were broken just enough to help us mend in all the right places, right? All the places that they got broken, it's our job to basically fix those places within ourselves as we kind of move forward, and become a whole person, pretty much, right? Yeah, are you laughing at my karate chop? Because that's really what it is, right? They're the best trainers, because when you get out there in the world and you see people basically exhibiting their behaviors, you learn how to navigate through that from being in the home, right? But the trick really is to find the right balance between empathy and narcissism, right? Because your mum too would have been sent all this power that is within you, all this empathy that is within you, was birthed from a place within her. This is everything that she wasn't able to encompass because of all the damage that she had actually taken on from the trauma of actually experiencing her own experiences of lovelessness. I don't even know if that's a thing, but that needs to be a thing, because I hear so many people speak about the lack of lovelessness, right? Rejection, feelings of feeling like who you are isn't necessarily good enough to execute on the things that you feel that you desire and deserve in life, because of how life has basically made you feel beaten down, right? You're kind of like removed and detached from the situation. So that's what happens. You become a narcissist, you become a full-blown narcissist, because we all have narcissistic traits. It's necessary for this reality, trust me, because this is the devil's playground. Okay, so God very, very intentionally put that little switch in there and was like, yeah, just when you need it, just put it on, because you're gonna need it to battle some of these out here, right? And I know that they're gonna come for you, so I'm gonna make sure you have it on. And that's what our parents are here to teach us, unfortunately, with when we're navigating through their excessive narcissistic traits and tendencies. But we are here to be able to refine that genetics within the next generation. We're here to refine that coding. So when you ask why you're here, that's exactly why you're here. You're here to defeat the narcissist that exists within your lineage. And that starts with self, but it would be nice if you can help your mama along the way as well. Okay, and what I mean by that is, as you work through your own narcissism, in terms of certain situations that because this is what happens, a narcissist wants to basically bleed into other generations, right? So the more it can take over, the more it's kind of like a point system out there. When you got when we realize what's going on behind the veil about this massive game that's being played, y'all will really think really, this was my whole life was just a game to y'all, seriously. But seriously, it really is. But yeah, obviously the narcissist, if you will think about the somatics. The narcissist bats for the shadows, right? And then we've got all the angels in the high realms bats for the light workers, right? The ascended masters, all that good stuff. And it becomes one of those dynamics where these beings are fighting basically for souls, and whoever has the most souls in terms of whatever person they're able to capture in moments as well, because we have moments, there's lots of different moments where we might go into shadow, and for the most part the light workers stay mostly within the light, which is why we're light workers, which is why we're chosen to be as such. But being in the environment where you know that there is something that is clearly off, and you understand the dynamics of you being able to process your own emotions, I'll tell you something. Boundaries is important with a narcissist. I think you have to take into consideration that your mom's basically battling her own spirit of narcissism. And it's a spirit that's attached to her, and this spirit attached to her through her own traumas. I think it's a case of helping her to understand that you do have empathy for her in terms of some of the things that she's navigated through. And I think it's a case of like maybe trying to reformat your relationship, because she clearly herself probably needs some mothering, which is the worst thing when you feel like you haven't received it, to be able to give it. But honestly, it's one of those things where, again, you ask, why am I here? In being able to show her how to mother, it then reflects to her how you would like to be mothered. And she then develops those qualities over time. It's not going to be an easy process. It'll probably take you like a good 2 years to really crack her. I'm not going to lie. If you've never had, listen, I'm always honest with you guys, it's going to take you probably like a good 18-19 months up to 2 years to really crack her, with this like exercising boundary situation and showing her basically how to be a more present person who can actually like lend herself to her situations emotionally, so that she can be more emotionally cognitive, to be there for others as well outside of herself, because she's just over excessive in self mode. That's all the narcissism is. Really, like when you peel back and strip back the layers of it, it's just being overly in self mode. So yeah, just setting the right boundaries in place with her, and also executing those boundaries for yourself, because you can't tell her one thing and then basically you start to backpedal on that. The narcissists, they love a window of opportunity. The moment that they see you like withering in any sort of situation, they're like, oh, let me try. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a spirit of opportunity where it can basically feed. So yeah, just work on setting your boundaries, and like as you continue to kind of move into that space a little bit deeper of getting to know each other, because that's what will happen when you start to like set effective boundaries. You guys will start to have conversations where you do get to know each other on a deeper level, where you get a better understanding of some of her behaviors. And I want to say this, like when you kind of like speak as well, because she triggers your levels of anxiety, you've got to manage that. Again, this is why I say that the narcissistic parent is perfect for the training ground for the empath in coming into like this realm and basically preparing for life here, because damn, we're gonna need it. You need to work on your levels of angst, because she triggers your anxiety to another level. This is where you can also basically work on how you show up in demanding what you want in certain situations, right? And when I say demanding, I mean just being very clear. It doesn't have to be like an aggressive demand. It really just is a case of like really being assertive in terms of what it is that you want, and demanding that this is what it must be, and actually sticking to that, right? I think that the level of anxiety, if you can manage the level of anxiety, that in essence will actually help with her narcissism syndrome. Her narcissist is actually responding to your anxiety. It's not your empathy. So that's also another misconception. The narcissist, yes, feeds off empathy, but it's actually attracted to weaknesses. Empathy isn't necessarily the weakness. It naturally is attracted to kind hearts, because that's where it can feed. But generally speaking, the kindness isn't necessarily the thing that attracts them. It's just a thing that almost lets them know that you're a sure meal, basically, for them to feed. But it's your anxiety. If you manage your anxiety being in the space with her, because for the most part you don't show it, but she makes you mad anxious. And being in her space, you get mad anxious because you feel like you don't know how to navigate her, and you don't know what she's going to trigger in you, and you don't know what level quaking you're going to have to navigate through being in her space. If you can manage that, her level of narcissism would actually start to dissipate. I think she's like a level 8 or 9 now. I think she dissipates to like a 7 or 6 in as easy as 3 to 4 months if you can manage your anxiety. Yeah, I know, I know. I know. I know, I know. And that's the thing as well. Like when you get, they feed off your reaction. So getting a spirit like anger from you, oh my god, the narcissists love that shit. It's like, okay, one for the team. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? Because now anger is vibrating at a low frequency, right? So now the team of shadows is basically like, okay, got one, got that soul in that moment, got that soul in that moment. Like it's that kind of game. It's weird, but this is really how shit is. But yes, it says she makes me mad. She's the only person that makes me shout, and I can imagine because she knows what buttons to press. Like that's the thing. Do you see what I'm saying? They're like boop 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 boop. Like they know what buttons to press, especially because she's kind of like shaped you in so many different ways. She knows what ways to get to you. If you take away her control from those buttons, and if you know the very things that she's likely to say to trigger you, own those things. You take the power away from the narcissist. So the things that she usually does to trigger you when she comes to kind of like take that energy from you, give her something else. Give her understanding, give her love. And when I say understanding, I mean, she seems to be quite sarcastic and condescending from time to time. I guess that's how she communicates, generally speaking. When she comes with her condescendence, kill her with kindness. Give her a word of encouragement. You know what God said to me about that situation that you've just said? I had a very funny conversation with God about that. Do you see what I'm saying? Give her condescending in a different way. So give that energy back to her so that she understands that you're no longer going to be consuming that energy, and you ain't going to continue to eat that ish up, because she needs to start processing some of this stuff herself. Okay. And I can imagine, because that's how she feels. She's just projecting all of her low self-worth at you. This is all of her low self-esteem from her experiences of lovelessness. When she does put certain things out there, let it be very clear that you're returning that to sender, because that is not how you feel about yourself. That is her ideologies on how she feels about herself. And you're sorry that she feels that way about herself. But this is what you're going to be doing with your experience and your life. Okay. You will naturally manifest it with other people. That's the whole point. Mom is your first primary to basically teach you how to go onto the battlefield. Then you will manifest said battlefields. And as you navigate through said battlefields, the dynamic that you have with mom and where you are on that training ground will reflect how you actually navigate through the battlefields when you actually place yourself in them. Because this is the emotional warfare that you've navigated through, so you know nothing else. That is naturally what you would manifest as a result of that. So take this little demon right here. This will be Mama Demon, okay? And get yourself ready for the training ground, okay? So when you get in the ring, okay, you know how to navigate with these narcissists. No reaction. Take control of your buttons away from them. Listen, take the remote out of their hand, okay? They don't get to play with that no more, okay? Okay? They ain't paid the bill, okay? No more cable. Also, when you're navigating through the situation, boundaries is important, not just for her, but also for you. Like you have to stand your ground on what it is that you say, and like prove yourself almost to yourself, because they're basically going to look for weakness and be like, oh, I thought you said this. Oh, I thought you said that. Okay, well, and it's just one of those things. When people have no control in their life, they tend to be excessively controlling, and those things manifest eventually as a full-blown narcissist. It's when the narcissism trait, which is placed there to be able to be a protective mechanism, gets excessively used to the point where you become the abuser from actually being abused yourself or feeling, sense of being abused. So that's where mum is essentially. She didn't necessarily process a lot of the narcissism that she experienced, and unfortunately she's just projecting that onto you. Genuinely, what I said to you, like, return it to sender. Like, no joke, no shit. Whenever she does that stuff, because like she's just projecting a spirit, she's not aware, it's an unconscious thing, the spirit is feeding in the meantime, and it's just catching bodies out here, you know what I mean? So yeah, whenever she does the condescending thing and she kind of like, belittles you and stuff, I'm sorry that you feel that way about yourself, mum, but I won't be taking on, your ideologies of me, because that's not how I see myself. And it's unfortunate that that's how you see me, but I wish I cared enough to actually take on that identity. I'm not living in that place anymore. God says I'm better than that. So, yeah, who cares? Like, honestly, it's just one of those things that you have to navigate through when it comes to like the narcissist, but they're really great trainers for the outside world. I'm not going to lie. I'm just saying, that's just my own personal perspective on it. And you asked, like, why are you here? These are aspects of why you're here and what you're here to do exactly. Okay, Sarah says that she's donated as well. Yeah, we've got Sarah's donation as well. So, yeah, all good. All good, my love. Yeah, thank you, Mina. Damn, you so quick, girl. That's what's up. All right. I'm gonna get some advice for you, Love Ma, because I'm gonna close out the space now. And then the list and someone else can get the spot. Okay. Okay. Hey, Jasmine. How are you doing, my love? Yeah, the donation list is open. I'm gonna have to pick up the pace if y'all are like, I'm like, oh, I'm like too into my reading. Oh, wow. Okay. Nick has energy for me. They're trying to understand the words. Okay. Don't worry, Lalima. I'm going to come to your reading. I see that you're putting your 2 questions out there, so I'm going to start those and come back to that for you, Mama. Don't worry, I got you. I'm going to start this right here, Amina, because the list is growing really quickly. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to close out the space, Love Ma, with your final guidance, right? What is the guidance for Love Ma? Okay. Interesting. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. It's all good. Mercury's in retrograde, testing our communication styles at the minute. It's like Mercury's just out here, like literally. You'll find as well during this type of climate with it. This is what I struggle with Mercury retrograde. Like during this type of climate, any area where you struggle, like with communication, someone like myself who's dyslexic, it's like typing is just not a thing. Forget it during this kind of climate. Like my words are always going to be misconstrued, always going to be misunderstood. It's just not. Do you see what I'm saying? But it's an interesting time. It's definitely an interesting time. Don't worry about it, Sarah. You're good. How much is to donate for in-depth? Girl, I go in depth regardless. Okay, it's just questions. You decide how many questions you want to ask. The details are in the description box. As far as like how many donations for whatever question. Yeah, I go in. This is what we've been on one reading for quite some time. That's why I'm trying to hurry up. Because I do go in depth. But yeah, your guidance, Love Ma, on the situation, right? They're saying it's a case of bringing everything into balance. It's a case of asking your angel and knowing that it's a case of, continuum. It's a continuum. Don't stop. Keep going. Keep asking your angels and keep letting go of the things that aren't necessarily serving you in the space, because the thing about it is with the dynamics that you're navigating through with your mum, it's very easy for you to find yourself becoming that narcissist. And it's your mum was once you, thinking, why me? Why am I getting this type of treatment? She just lost sight of that along the way, because she basically like stored a lot of that treatment, right? The passive aggression that you receive from her, which is why it basically instills a lot of angry outbursts from you, because she's being passive aggressive. She's basically just being like outright rude, but just trying to be nice about it. And because of that, you then find yourself kind of basically being expressively rude, or angry in situations, because that's the energy that's being projected at you. You're storing that then in your lungs, and that's ricocheting, especially when you've got like, excess that's already been stored for a while. It's like, hold on, mama. Do you know what? Whenever she sort of starts to project certain things at you, tell her your lungs are full. Say, look, mum, I can't drink that today. I cannot drink your anger today. My lungs are full. I've been storing the last however many years of anger, this passive aggression that you've been giving me. Can we try something different today? Serve me up something else, please, mama. Okay? My lungs are full. Okay? Because that's where we store anger. So when she does actually project her passive anger onto you, it does store in your anger. And eventually these things come up. It's this muscle memory, eventually it comes up. So yeah, just nice fun shades that generally puts the narcissist in its place. And it also allows for you to exercise appropriate boundaries. And then you can also start to practice these things outside of just a space with you and mum. Okay. And God said to let go and let God handle her for the most part, but let go of the stuff that she tries to basically like project out there. You don't necessarily have to let that land. Okay. Hope that was useful for you there, my love. That was nice and long for the most part. Let's dive into that's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Sammy. Hey, Feel Alive. The free list is closed. I'm probably going to close the donation list soon enough as well, because I am struggling to get through the free list as is. Okay. That part. Okay. Got a donation from Jasmine as well. Okay. How many questions are you asking, Jasmine? That part. Yeah. Hey, I think I've got one. They said I've got one more space on the donation list, and then that's it. That's done. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, so Mina is going to add you to the list on the donation list. Oh, you're funny. I think Sammy did ask for a reading last week as well. I don't think I actually did end up doing Sammy's. Yeah. Yeah, Rika. All good, all good. I'm sorry, beautiful. I think it may be one of those things where you might sort of miss your slot tonight. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm battling with a. Oh snap! Look at that. You're next on the list. Okay. I'm gonna do Lalima because I started Love Mars reading first. Sarah, question to you, beautiful. I don't know what the time zone is where you are. Are you okay for me to just quickly do Rika's reading and then come back to you? Because I'm going to do Lalima now. And then if you're okay, I could do Rika's on the free list and then come back to Sarah, and then I can go to Jasmine and then go back to the free list altogether. Well, it's that part. Snap. I'm gonna be out here staying up for y'all. We all staying up for each other. I was like, guys, what time do you think I'm going to be able to get to bed tonight? Because I put work tomorrow. That was my conversation with the guys earlier. I'm like, how long do y'all think it's going to be? Oh, that's so funny. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try and be as quick as I can, y'all. But you guys know how these things kind of flow. I can't even like just cut the channel, otherwise it leaves me with a headache. Okay, so let's get into it, right? Okay, so let me go back to Lalima's questions. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sarah. That's interesting. What's the lung condition? If you don't mind sharing, actually. Yeah, because I was literally just speaking about like the like overstoring of anger, because that's where we store. Usually it's an excessive amount of anger, and when we start to develop basically illnesses manifest or ailments manifest when we have an imbalance of certain emotions within the cupboards that they're stored in. You know what I mean? So if we internalize a lot, there's a lot of passive anger. Eventually, that can manifest itself as well, wherever the anger is stored. Okay. Extremely severe asthma, and yes, survived narc abuse. Okay. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is a type of thing. So there would have been a lot of like passive anger projected towards you. Shit, sometimes narcissists are outright angry, so I'm sure there was a lot of direct anger projected too. So I can imagine that. Oh, my love, next time I'm gonna when I'm sat in the space and I'm doing an energy clear, I'm gonna send you some energy. I'm gonna like do some Reiki on your solar plexus, because that's the chakra that's connected to the lungs. And I'm gonna do my best to do a little clear out for you in that space, if I've got your consent, because I'm going to be doing some energy clear. There's a few people that I'm looking to like do some energy clearing for over the weekend whilst my energy is like restored. But I've heard we store grief in lungs and anger in liver. Is that true? We can store. So anger is a secondary emotion. So because the liver and lungs is actually connected to the solar plexus, this is a type of emotion that can flow through the agents of the solar plexus. We can store it in the pancreas. Like, it's one of those emotions that actually because it's a secondary emotion, there are other things that we actually store in some cupboards, right? Oh, look at you guys being nice. That's so cute. Yeah, but because anger is a secondary emotion, it can actually, so grief, a one of the stages of grief is anger, basically. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you're going through the process, you're going through the motions of processing things, and because anger is a secondary emotion, which means it happens as a reactionary impact. It's one of those emotions. You don't just wake up angry. You react to something as an angry state of yourself. So anger actually is one of those emotions that can move through all of the agents, basically all of the cupboards within the solar plexus, because these are cupboards, basically. They're human cupboards, but they store things like emotions and the ability to manifest from said emotions. It's like, when we're talking about cooking babies and making babies and stuff, that's where we're grabbing all the like seasonings from the said baby. All of the cupboards, basically, within the feminine, depending on what vibration she's on in these cupboards, that's what's making the baby. Okay. But we're going to go into Lalima's questions. We're going to start with question number 1 firstly. Right. So Lalima says, Nick Hill's energy for me, trying understand why so on off. Okay, I think I get what you mean. You're trying to understand their overall energy. Okay. I think I'm going to use the word intention because I think that's what you want to get clarity on, really. So I'm gonna be pretty precise on that. I'm gonna check what is Nick Hill's intentions towards Lalima. I hope you're still here, BTW Lalima, because I may need you to unpack depending on what comes up on the cards, right? What's his intentions? Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, that's good. Good. Okay. So we'll unpack this for you. Interesting. Oh. Okay. So I think his main issue that he's kind of navigating through for the most part, it's interesting because he's kind of like navigating through some financial constraints at the minute. It seems like there's a situation where he is dealing with a financial pitfall is the best way that I can explain that. Has there been like a recent change to his circumstances in the last few months financially? Yeah. That's really the thing that's kind of like causing him to be so on and off with you, to be honest with you. I think that the stress of that and the anxiety of that seems to be kind of like taking away from his ability to be emotionally available in this space with you. And I think that that's actually why he's so hot and cold with you, because he's dealing with that. And he feels a little bit like he doesn't really have the capacity for like what you want. I'm not gonna lie. I think like he's so busy, like subconsciously thinking about his problems, even when he's not trying to think about his problems, he's thinking about his problems. And he's so used to that. Like that's circumstances recently, yes. But he was always into love bombing, vanishing, non-committal, yet not ready to put efforts. Yeah. Yeah, I get that too. Because there was something here about not wanting to be all tied up as well in situations. It's just he doesn't have any long-term scope or vision for that. That's just not necessarily where he sees anything. But this is like a really don't even know if he was dealing with other women. Oh girl, well let's go and look at that. Let me go and pull some cards for that. Hold on, sweetie. Let me go and pull some cards for that. But high claims when bombing. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. You know what happens when a lot of men tend to love bomb? It's like they learn this in their dynamic with their relationship with their mom, which is very unfortunate. So what transpires is that they are constantly seeking to get mom's validation and approval. And in order to do that, they say all the right things that mommy wants to hear. And then they learn how to make their tongues just as sweet for the women that enters their lives. Ain't that a shame? Mamas don't even know. We're out here talking about, oh, I've got a narcissistic mom, right? As far as the women, because that tends to be a little bit of the dynamic with the women dealing with the mom, right? And then the boys kind of have a different emotional sort of relationship that's unhealthy with the mom. It's interesting. That part. Okay, exactly that, Sarah. Exactly that. Right, so we're gonna just dive into was he actually sort of like entertaining third party situations? Was he entertaining third party situations during the like strength of the connection between Lalima? Because recently he told me that he's been accused of molestation by a colleague. Oh, damn, girl. Damn. That's not. Okay. Oh, damn. Okay. Damn. Okay. Sorry. That was a lot for me to process. I felt like I became cross-eyed. I just felt like they were like separating just so I could process the information. Okay. Interesting. We're gonna clearly unpack some stuff tonight, girl. Okay, interesting. But I think there is some other story. You don't say. I thought the same thing when you said it. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a unpacking tonight. Like we're gonna unpack some stuff. Okay, so interestingly enough, he was definitely out here like loving the attention for the most part. They're definitely putting him on blast for that. Yeah, it's a long distance. It is long distance, so don't know why I was being kept hanging. Listen, it's very interesting. Definitely has been out here stroking the ego. I think that he's been, again, just quite, even what he said there, that's a part of him playing game and strategy. Like, oh, I've been accused of molestation by a colleague. Okay. Okay, Nikhil. If you say so. Okay. What went on with this molestation claim? Talk to me about like the realty on that situation. Okay. So what went down? Ah, interesting. Okay. 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 So with that situation, there was definitely more to the story, girl. They seem to have some sort of previous past in terms of flirting or engaging in some sort of like romantic situation previously. This whole thing right here was kind of like unfinished business. Basically, he misread the situation basically because it was like it's an unfinished business situation with both of them, but it's one of those things where he misread the situation in the sense of he thought that it was going to be one of those things that like they were comfortable in that moment. No, we were just having a conversation, basically, is how the other person felt. We were just having a conversation to kind of like really see where we want to sort of like what we want to do with this, because the other person doesn't trust him either. The other person, I guess this colleague situation doesn't trust him at all, because they've had previous experience of him, and also they've seen the way that he is, in terms of just being, I think it's charismatic, but I think what's happening with this attribute of his, right, because he's quite charming, and I think because he's attractive, but I think sometimes he wants that assurance that, people see him in the room, basically. I don't know why it matters, but it's one of those things where he likes to know that he's seen and heard. and everybody knows that, you know, I guess he's kind of that guy. I don't know why it matters. That's so cheesy. But yeah, I guess he cares. He cares to basically being people's good graces. He cares what people thinks of him. I think that's why he like does it, I guess. Yeah, all that matters too, I guess. Yeah. The other person, it seems as though he was kind of doing the love bombing over there too, right? He was doing the love bombing there. But I think it's one of those situations where they had already experienced him in full swing. They've had experiences of him. Um, yeah, the situation is very complicated as well because I see that there may even be connection to or through a friend. I think they may have a mutual friend in common. um, yeah, and the situation seems to be complicated where that friend's concerned as well in terms of their placement in the situation. So this is all just very, very, yeah, this is chaos in a bottle. It's fully chaos in a bottle. Sorry, I'm like literally looking at it through my third eye and I'm like, yeah, even that situation seems a little bit sketchy, but um the on and off situation at the minute, that's due to the whole financial like constraint situation that he's navigating through. That's the excuse that I guess is being used, but really there wasn't necessarily any intentions to be sort of he was just living on borrowed time, man. Like literally just living on borrowed time because his boss made him meet one. Okay. Oh, is it a girl child? Is it a girl with a child because his boss made him meet one? Is there a dependent? Sorry, I'm like looking at the situation. Okay. Yes, there is dependence. There's not just a little girl, but there's also I think there's two kids in the situation, I guess. Um, yeah, there's two kids with that parent. Sorry, my eyes. Um, well, it's going to be you after Lalima. You can come back after maybe 30 minutes or so, Rika. Okay. But yeah, I think with the situation with this particular person, it seems like there was some sort of dynamic previously that they were navigating through with the person. And that wasn't necessarily all the way closed out. I don't know. They seem to be a little bit unhinged, to be honest with you. I was planning to go there to his city and left work and stuff here to study, but rather was dealing with contemplations and understanding scene. But now I'm like, rather go when I'm strong. And if I want to, definitely, definitely. I don't think that yeah, you are. You would be after Lalima. You would be after Lalima, and then we're gonna divvy back to Sarah and Jasmine. Okay. Um, but yes, not necessarily the one for the situation. He seems like I'm not gonna lie, girl. This is a whole demon just trying to get away with some shit. Sorry. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. Um, his moral compass is very skewed. And his main concern about being like so dark is how to get away with basically not seeming as dark as he is. He's just a manipulator. I'm not gonna say just a manipulator, but he's a significant manipulator. That's like a lot of his personality type. And his main objectives in most instances is to basically figure out how to get his own way and how to get away with it. Basically, he does a lot of suggestive thoughts. He likes to try and get ahead of situations. Um, these are all like these are all his daddy's demons. I can't lie, because that's kind of what it feels like to me. But I feel like his dad's outgrown these parts of himself. He just seems to be picking up. Yeah, he just seems to be picking up on it, like as he's navigating through the actual space, which is interesting. Um, I think, yeah, in terms of going there, that's definitely not on the premise that you're going to be. Why keep me hanging then? I think it's just one of those things where he likes to know that there's a surety of a thing there. Because I think, like, how can I put it? Where he is, for the most part, yes, he can try and make connections, but it's almost like most people know the way that he is and they find him a little bit weird. So I think it's just one of those things. Hey, Ali, as Mina said, the free list is closed, my love. And I think the donation list is going to be closed as well after this, to be honest with you. So I can get through the list of readings that I do have for a decent time. But yes, Lalima, definitely not the one. Let's see, what do you guys advise she does when it comes to this Nick Hill situation? Like, what's the advice for our girl on this? Thank you. Ready to do what exactly? Ready to do what? Oh. Mm-hmm. They said, yes, please, beautiful. I think close the donation list as well. I think both lists are closed because the list is like, we're almost 2 hours in and the list is practically like barely even scratched the surface. And we've got like everybody on the free list to get through. So we'll close the donation list out for now. We might open it back up depending on how the free list goes later, but we're going to close it for now. Yeah. Yeah. It is. You guys did swap spots, but obviously because Mina's sort of put across it's not necessarily a swapping as such, but it's because Mina's got the donation list separately, so she's just keeping the free list like in its correct order. But she knows I know what I'm doing in terms of the placements and stuff. Don't worry, we got it, girl. We got y'all. You're good. Lalima, they said, right, your guidance from the angels is that you're ready. When I asked, you're ready for what? They said, you're ready to listen to your intuition. I was like, what's her intuition on the situation? They're like, it's a case of stopping. They're like, you're ready to listen to your intuition. Just stop, girl. Just stop. It's not even about asking your angels or letting go on the situation. It's just a hard no. That's just what it is. That's kind of what it comes down to. This person, deep, like got deep contracts with deep demons. You don't even want these types of problems, girls. No, you don't need to take any action on this. This is just this person. Serious manipulator, like serial manipulator. Because I left the job here and wasted so much time. I was like, let's just give exam, even if I don't go. But eventually I realized that I'm unable to even prepare. So maybe wasted time, or should I try harder? Oh, dang. We should ask that question. Okay. What do you guys advise that she does there? She's pondering on the wasted time situation. Okay, thank you. Oh, they said try harder. They said try harder. There's no need to worry. At least if you try a little bit harder, then you can actually say that you gave it your all. It might leave you a little bit exhausted, but at least you can, say that you gave it your all with the situation. I think it's one of those things. It's interesting. It might I'm not gonna lie, it might still be a little bit of a no, because they're saying that it doesn't guarantee that you're gonna get a yes. But yeah, still go for it, because I think that actually increases your chances of being able to sort of like open possibilities for yourself. But it's not guaranteed that even if you do work harder, that you're fully actually going to get there. It's actually dependent on a few different variables as well. That's what I'd say to that one, my love. Next question. I'm going to move on to your next question. Okay, you did ask the future of the question and your advice. That's kind of where you wanted to go with it. I mean, let's have a look and see what the future of this romance would be. They generally advise that you leave this situation well alone, just because this person isn't. I hate to kind of like, I don't want to be that person that's constantly like, oh, leave him, leave her. But it's like, I have to tell you guys the truth as well, don't I? I have to tell you guys what they're advising. How do you see things playing out for this connection moving forward? Okay. How do you see things? Thank you guys. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, they're saying that there's still a lot of passion there. And I think that's because obviously you guys kind of like made a significant connection. How long were you guys sort of like trying to maintain the long distance thing for? How long was that on and off? They said that like the situation's got a lot of trust issues. And it's one of those things where not even friends really can help with the reassurance in the situation. The honeymoon phase is completely gone. You guys don't necessarily have as much heart-to-heart conversations as you used to. And I don't know, it's kind of like it's not necessarily giving the kind of romanticized concept. We met twice only, and from October. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll say this much. I think Mercury retrograde is a perfect climate to be able to move this situation out. Hi, Sammy, my love. And I think with him kind of like being removed from the space in this type of climate, that actually that is, I wouldn't say a blessing in disguise, but I don't even think it's disguised. It's just a blessing. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be insensitive. I'm saying that it's a blessing because I think that this situation would have continued to be a little bit of wasted time. Yeah, the situation would have continued to be a little bit of a wasted time thing. The molestation claims, I don't know where one is in the scope of that. But there's a lot of aspects to the situation that's just hella messy. And I think that with everything, I guess, that's going on with it, yeah, they're saying there's no reconciliation that's advisable. They're saying it's not even about expressing one's love. There'll be an opportunity to manifest something new in terms of romance class. This may not be it. Yeah. This may not be it, my love, unfortunately. But I hope that that was useful for you. Sorry I didn't have more bright news, I guess, to sort of relay. But yeah, hope that that was useful nonetheless, my love. I think you guys, obviously, he'll be back to try and, like I said, see what he can get away with type thing. Because I think that's what he does a lot of the time. He comes and he tests the waters to see what he can say and how you'll kind of like respond to certain things. But oh, I'm glad that you did find it useful. I think that there's a lot in there that he still has to work with. I think that there's a little bit of stuff here. Don't know why I attract such people only. Do you know what? Sometimes we attract people like this because of our nature to want to help people. And then we basically like there's a distortion between wanting to do that in personal life versus wanting to do that in romantic life, right? So you kind of have to clean that up a bit in your avatar and like have effective, like very, very effective standards that you place within your romantic dynamics for your romantic counterpart, to just kind of like set that very clear boundary between your natural ability to want to nurture, right? Versus you basically manifesting a man child, basically. Because whenever you find people going through situations of, being a molester, they usually are stuck at certain mental ages. Usually it's between the age of 5 to 7 mentally that they themselves are stuck, and then they do what they are stuck in. So that version of them is kind of like the 5 or 6 year old version of them basically being interactive with whatever child they're molesting, because that's the child that is having a psychological like breakdown in that moment. Seriously, psychosis happens on so many different levels. A lot of the times, like we just call it psychosis when we observe like the actual like outpour of the energy in certain places. But trust me, it happens a lot of the times. When people regress, they're actually in a state of psychosis. So yeah, he's not all the way there. And I think with that situation, you have to look at potentially your need or desire to help people, because that may be the very variable that's bringing these types of men into your world, right? So right, we're gonna go and dive into Rika's question. Drop the question in the chat, Rika. We finally got your turn, mama. I don't know that despite being long distance, why would he try to plan with me and knowing my career and stuff? I think that he wanted to do those things as well. Don't get me wrong. We'll do the same. I agree to that. I think that no, that's okay, beautiful. I think that he did want it. But I think, okay, so this is another thing as well, right? I think the adult in him that wants the life that he wants that, but I think he's got a few psychological wires neurologically that are just miswired, basically. And I think that his self-sabotage is when he regresses, this is what happens. So he wants those things. He's not perfected the equation on how to manifest said things, and he's sick mentally. And he needs to deal with some of those things before he can actually get out of his own way and get to the things that he says that he wants, unfortunately. But yeah, I'll pray for you guys, like individually, because the guys are like, no, listen to your intuition, this is a strong no. And if you go into this space again, this is where you basically sidetrack your intuition telling you, no, this isn't necessarily what it is that you want. And going back into the space, you then again, you kind of confirm to the universe, even though you feel like these aren't the types of partners you want, this is what you tell the universe that you want by basically making that decision. So the universe will continue to bring you these types of breeds. Feel me? It's quite a funny thing. Even though you're like, I didn't want that one. That's not what I said. Then the universe is like, well, in Article 3175. So annoying. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know if she's typing or if she's managed to pass out, Mina, to be fair. I'm not too sure. But oh, there we are. There we are. Okay. Here we are with Rika's question. But like 2 hours in, the girl needs a snack. Okay. Okay. That's funny. Okay. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay, so here we are. Sorry. Okay. Rika wants to know. Rika says, ma'am, now is a high time. I'm getting very stressed. Oh, I'm very scared too. Don't be scared, mama. Trust me, this is your life. You already wrote the script for it. You're just playing it out, you know? I mean, you agreed on the script because I'm going to say God wrote the script, but you agreed. And you co-wrote with him. Okay, well, you're co-writing as we speak. So, yeah, let's go and unpack it. I'm not able to decipher which one is my intuition, which one is the logic. Well, both need both. The best way to kind of navigate life is to utilize both. You can't be all intuition, you can't be all logic, because life operates on both dynamics. So let's dive into it. I got another option to choose from: data science MBA, or masters in chemistry. Now this will be my final decision. I'm completely tired of this shit. Where my intuition clearly guiding me. Okay, so let's dive into it, guys. We're looking at data science. Oh, interesting. Or masters in chemistry. Okay. Right. Let's dive into it. Okay. Make it very clear. Okay. But what do you see being the best direction ultimately? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So, two things. Both of these takes you on two different paths. The data science situation assists you with being able to sort of like go the data analyst route we discussed previously. The masters in chemistry may sort of again be a little bit of a delay in terms of you being able to start to manifest your career along that direction and trajectory. Talk to me about, ma'am, I asked an astrologer, he told me no to MBA. You can choose data science or masters in chemistry. The data science and MBA will be very good for money, but in masters I have to spend 7 years. That's what I was just saying to you, basically. The other one's going to take the masters in chemistry is going to take a little bit of a longer time. The data science is ultimately the one that called out to myself firstly, even when the guides, that's why I asked, tell me more. Because they were like, well, ultimately the data science is going to put her in a better position in terms of getting her career going straight away. Whereas the one in chemistry is going to be a more delayed process. It's going to be longer period of time of her being sort of like in high stress environment. And it's also going to be one of those situations where even as you continue to go for the time that you think that you're going to be there, you can't continue to find obstacles to your actual long-term goal, and it will continue to change. I think with the data science, you can go and execute that fairly quickly before you actually change your mind. Basically, is what they said to me. If you go the masters in chemistry route, you may question that decision later down the line, 2 to 3 years from now. So yeah, I think we're leaning on data science because that's an area where you can actually navigate it and you can get yourself into career within the next few years. After masters, I have to choose either being a professor or a scientist. I'm scared. Only you knows. Account to cards. Where will I be more happy? In the data science, dynamic, you'll be able to kind of find the right placement. I think the professor situation is actually where I saw you in future trajectory anyway. So I think with doing that, that's actually a path that's already designed for you, to be honest. So yeah, the professor thing seems to be a thing that's written for you. And potentially, I guess, with doing the data science, you can actually fast track yourself in terms of your career path as well. Okay. Okay, let's see. What do you guys advise? I think the data science is definitely down your path. Masters in chemistry, or is that my illusion? No, it's not. It's not. I think you would have to basically make a commitment to that decision if you decide to go down there, and I tell you why. In the next couple of years, you feel differently once you're in it. I think it's your enthusiasm and curiosity for where you perhaps want to be able to take yourself with that type of education. But you can still actually do similar things. I think it's just a case of finding a route to do similar things with the data science route. And I tell you, in about 2.5, 3 years or so, this angst that you're already feeling now, later down the line, around about that timeline, you would start to doubt whether or not this is the right, I guess, course for you, if this is the right place for you. Basically start doubting that future that you're manifesting for yourself. You start doubting that timeline. And with that, I think that it's one of those things where if you do decide that that's a route that you want to take, you have to really decide to commit to it, because there'll be times where you'll be so defeated by the length of time, because patience is definitely going to be a factor to this. I know you're working on your patience, Rika girl. But patience is definitely going to have to be a factor in that situation as well. Okay. What do you guys advise Rika to do then, ultimately? Okay. And then what? Okay. Will I love being a professor or a data science or data analytics? Hold on. Yeah, but okay, I'm going to say this to you. Doing the data science doesn't mean that you can't do the professor thing either as well. I think it's a case of how you develop your trajectory in terms of your career. right? There's opportunities for you to teach on the exact same subject as well when it comes to data science. So I don't think that being a professor can only come from the route that you're thinking as far as the masters in chemistry. I think, yes, my love. Yeah. So I think what happens is that if you do the data science route for a while, you get onto your professional career ladder a lot sooner. And then from there, obviously, as you continue to build your knowledge and expertise, you position yourself as an expert in your field. That in itself can still put you in a position to basically educate on the area of expertise. Do you see what I'm saying? So you don't necessarily have to consider the professor situation on just the one dynamic as far as the data science thing. It's not just the one I see, but most of the people guiding me to go for research is something you have done in your past life. Absolutely. Absolutely. What's Ma'am, I've got your point. It's ultimately these are the two aspects of the situation. The chemistry situation, still a great option. I just don't know that you'll see it all the way through. I'm not gonna lie. By year 4, it's withering. I don't know if you get to the end, right? It's one of those situations. It becomes very questionable after the second and third year. It starts to become very weighing on you, and you start to question a lot of the aspects of the situation. In doing the research thing, that is what data analytics. I know, girl. No, that's why they're telling me about the dynamics of the situation and trying to advise based on them knowing you. Yeah, based on them knowing you, which is why I'm trying to sort of like be honest about what it is that is sort of coming up with the situation. Because of the time, I myself am concerned about the time that it takes, and your tendency to be a little bit flippant due to this patience thing, right? I think that one you would probably second guess because of the time. I think the time in itself is probably too much time for Rika to have on her hands to decide whether or not this is something that she wants to like continue to commit to. And I'd hate for you to sort of like waste a good 2-3 years giving into that when you could have done, the data science route. And within those, how long is the data science program that you'd have to do? Yeah, help me understand that as well. Okay. The list is moving. We're getting there. I'm glad that I've closed both lists for now. Somebody have told me to go for research. You will love it more than data science. I'm getting too scared. What if I make a wrong decision? Okay. Why answer me, what's the fear about? What's the fear about? Like, elaborate on that to me, because you're saying, what if I make the wrong decision? But ultimately both decisions are, you know, right for you as far as where you are now. So what really is the fear? I asked about the timeline because you have, that's roughly around about your attention span. Do you see what I'm saying? The 2 years thing with the data science, that's roughly your time span. So I know that you can get that over and done with and move into your career fairly quickly. So that's why I'm also in favor of that. I understand that it is a desire, I guess. Ma'am, what if I don't love the work? Like, that's my fear. I'll tell you what, check out some of the reviews of some of the data analysts. Go on different review sites where people review their jobs and have a look and see what they feel like their workspace and situations and environments are like, especially in that field in particular, so that you can maybe get an understanding of what you'd be letting yourself in for. Now, with the other situation with the data science, not the data science, the master's in chemistry, I appreciate the fact that, you know, you've received some guidance from someone sort of like recommending that you kind of go along this route and you'll find it really quite interesting. I definitely think you'll find it interesting, my love. I don't dispute that. It's whether or not I can see you committing to 7 years, and that's a struggle for you. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, by year 3, year 4, it's really kind of like the enthusiasm's dwindling because of the pressures of the situation and the length of time and everything that kind of goes into it. It becomes very questionable. So that's my concern for you with that situation. I don't know if you'll see it through all the way to the end, basically, is what I see with the other situation with the masters in chemistry. It becomes very, very challenging to be motivated to do it. Ma'am, I saw some of them. It's quite a new thing for me. I have to learn new languages, machine learning. I'm okay with it if my spirit guides are saying yes to this. Well, this is the thing. This is probably the most optimal route for you at the minute. I strongly believe that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that with the other route, don't get me wrong, I do think that with the other route, like I said, you are enthusiastic, I guess, about the research aspect of things. But I don't, the timing's a struggle. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. And I know that you'd be willing to commit, even if the guide said to go ahead with the masters in chemistry. I know that you'd be willing to commit to that for as long as you could possibly see that through. But I think it becomes questionable like 4 years into that trajectory. And when you put the question out there, they're first answered. When you first put the question out there, they're answered to the data science. I'm not gonna lie, that's honestly what they said. I think the data science is something that she could grow into very quickly. And it would challenge her enough, and it would also give her an opportunity to sort of extend in her career. And also, like I said, I don't think that the data science situation just lands you in that position per se. That could be very easily a starting point for you. I don't think that that's basically like where you'd be 5 years from now, pretty much. Like if you were to do the course over 2 years and get yourself working, I don't think you'd be in the same position for 3 years. Do you see what I'm saying? It would be a very quick and natural progression. But I think because of, and I'll explain to you why they're recommending this as a most probable for you, because of some of the factors. You wanted to be able to study at that level, and you also wanted to be able to like be in a well-paid job. Ma'am, I trust your guidance. You are telling me choose this over MBA, right? Yeah. 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 Sorry, I'm like going back to the question. I'm reading it. Yeah. The data science thing, I think that was the one that they said straight off the bat when the question came out in the first place. I was just unpacking it to get really an understanding as to why they think the data science, basically. I'm gonna pull cards and present all three of the options and show you the response. I think I've got another card with a pack of like yes and no as well. It's data science, feedback on it. Yay or nay, guys? Thank you. Okay, we've got be assertive there. MBA. Oh, thank you. Okay, that's not the peaceful resolution there. And then let's see. We've got the masters in chemistry as well, guys. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. My mom has a really strong intuition. She was telling me to go for data science. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing, right? With the situation, because the data science dynamic is basically a little bit more, it's a little bit more you, basically. And what I mean by that is it meets a lot of the requirements that you have a lot more effectively. It's not too much of a sacrifice of time. It's not too much of a time for you to wait to basically develop hesitation as to like your career path, because that's what will happen with the other one, right? They are saying that, you know, with the data science, it's yes, and you can feel that it's a yes for you, but there's something better, right? And that would be the data science. Sorry, with the masters in chemistry, they were saying, yeah, that is something that you're passionate about. Ma'am, I'm a tech girl, struck in life science. Oh, yeah, I think it's just one of those things, though. I think the data science situation basically gives you an opportunity to get yourself to where you're trying to get to sooner rather than later. I think what I would say with the hold on, I'm going to do something. Oh, sorry, I'm just checking something online. Okay. Sorry, I'm like, oh no, I figured what you meant, girl. I figured what you meant, to be fair. Sorry, I'm like going into getting an understanding of how this trajectory could align with some of the other goals that you have in mind, right? Um, you can become a data science professor in time. You can do the whole, because if you still have the dream of it, that's what I'm basically sat here researching to get like a real understanding, because I think obviously we're looking at the starting point of this vision, which is the data analyst job. That's the role to basically get you making money, okay? Because that's one of the main goals, desires, and intentions. Because I'm like, okay, well, how can she utilize this to actually like execute on her dream? They're like, look, she can still do it. It's just obviously it's going to be in a different format and a different course than she had anticipated. You're probably thinking that the only way that you can do the professor thing is to go down the masters in chemistry route, because then you can obviously go ahead and do that. But you can also do be a data scientist. You can be a professor in that. I think, like I said, it's a case of building your career over time. The 7 years that it would have taken you to basically do the actual masters in the chemistry situation is time that you could have taken to basically do the course, right? get yourself in a role and actually develop yourself within that role to get to a certain level of expertise, to be able to say, okay, I have enough knowledge to even be able to teach at this point, because that's essentially what would happen with you doing the masters in chemistry, right? During that time, you'd be taking in a wealth of knowledge to the point where you could go back and then execute and say, okay, cool, I can be a professor, I can be a scientist. You can utilize that very same time span. Yeah, you can utilize that very same time span to do exactly the same goal that you have of basically becoming a professor, just in an area that is going to be able to give you, yeah, I don't think you will, girl. I don't think you will. I think the data science thing, I think you actually, as you kind of get into it, I think you get a passion for it because you like doing research anyways, and there's a lot of research that comes with that. And I think as you build yourself, and God really wants me to be a good professor, not a scientist, that part. That part. So I think with the situation, hey, Andrea, that's what's up. Czech Republic in the house. But yes, my love, if you go down that route, you can still do everything that both lists are closed, my love. I've literally, like, I take so long to read and I go into so much stuff. I've closed off the list so I can just hone in on like my people that I'm working with tonight. But honestly, tune in next week. I'm live on like Fridays. I'm gonna get another live in for like new subscribers as well. So don't worry, watch the space, subscribe and watch the space. I'm gonna be out here in these YouTube streets a lot more. I've been ordered by the guides. But yes. Hey Jasmine, good to know that you're back, beautiful. We're actually going to be going on to Sarah now, and coming into your space. We're just finishing up Rika's reading. But yes, Rika, the data science, the time that it's going to take you to do the masters in chemistry, you'll do the actual qualification, you'll get yourself into a career and you'll develop in your level of expertise, to actually be able to kind of like move into that trajectory of being able to be a professor in data science, actually. And you can also be a data scientist, actually. There's just different levels, right? There's science in everything. It's not life science is a whole thing. But yeah, that trajectory for you, mwah, you'd love it a lot better than the chemistry thing. Trust me. Like halfway into the chemistry thing, you'd be like, oh my God, I don't think I want to do this, basically. But this one is quick enough for you to be able to get it over and done with, get into the position, and actually develop a bit of a passion for it. Okay. I do see you doing corporate initially, but I think that that's only temporary. I think you do that for up to about 5 years max. And then I see you actually sort of like moving into a different space after the corporate situation. You actually developed really well, fairly quickly in that space in terms of your career trajectory in the data science space, very quickly, like ascending. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, Mama. Because I know, like you said, it's a lot of stress and pressure right now. But you got this. You got this. You're good. Right, that part, best of luck with it. I think Sarah already put her question out. So, with the data science, oh, look at me. Sorry, I'm like getting um, I'm getting a little message in from family. Oh, oh, that's what's up. I love that. Sorry, just checking it out. Yeah. Um, so it's data science, ma'am. Yeah, it's data science. The thing is, with the data science, you can actually utilize that qualification to get into sort of data analyst roles as well. That's the beauty of basically being qualified in that particular area. Um, yeah. And you can really develop really quickly in your career trajectory, like I said, within that field, which is what you want. Those are actually some of your main goals and objectives. And as much as you want to do the professor thing, you can actually do that through different routes as well, not just the chemistry thing. The chemistry thing's far too long to be able to kind of like keep the momentum going. We are going to go to Sarah and unpack her question. There we go. Right. Oh, you're funny. Okay, so a girl Sarah says, "Will Baccharis, the situationship man, you know who, LOL, and I meet up soon. I haven't seen each other in a year and minimal contact lately. Asked him to meet recently, but he switched to another topic. Ouch. Yeah, that part, that part. Okay. Thank you for your question, beautiful. We're going to go and unpack it and dive into it for you. Okay. Right. So, Vacaris, what do you see happening with him and Sarah moving forward? Talk to me about it, guys. Let's see. Thank you. Now I'm going to trust you because every time I pray to God, it's always like, choose masters in chemistry now. I'm trust you. It might be my logic mind. It's because you want to do the professor thing, and that's not the only route. Because you're praying to God about basically being able to sort of like experience your professor experience. That's not the only route for you to be able to do that. That's just the only vision that you're able to see to that path just yet. There's a detour, I guess, that you can take that can give you a lot more experience, I guess, whilst you actually sort of like get your experiences, your education basically from life. Yeah. But yes, Sarah, let's go and dive into it, my love. That's okay. Make it very clear, guys. How do you see things playing out with Sarah and Baccharis moving forward? Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay, so interesting. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, girl. It's not looking too great. As far as you guys meeting up, right, I think you should be asking if you guys are gonna meet up, period. The soon was a big stretch. Talk about us pushing. Thank you. Okay, I'm glad that you asked for the harsh truth and the tea. Okay, pushing it. Definitely not on the cards anytime soon. As far as like meet up, oh, that's a challenge. I'm seeing the possibility of a meetup. Oh, significant delays. Even when I like look at the cards, there's not really much of a motivation to actually do an actual meetup. I think that that's a part of the issue as well. There doesn't seem to be much of a stimulus on his end to want to actually like do an in-person meeting. I think it's going to be like a good 7, almost 8 months before he actually even warms up to the idea. What are we now? Girl, that's a whole next year situation. We're like talking springtime next year before he gets with the party. Okay. Maybe it's because the weather's warming up again. He might feel like he needs to be a bit more sociable, but for the most part, he seems to be kind of like holding himself like cool, calm, and collected, with the fact that it kind of sort of isn't working, but is kind of sort of working for him type thing. I mean, it's just enough distance, but there's the perception of a connection, for him to feel like, okay, um, this is something, I guess, that is somehow being built. I don't think that this is the only thing that he's focused on. Let me say that much, firstly. I think he's like very busy and there's a lot of other things going on in his life, but I don't think that this is the only thing that he's focused on romantically. I'll say that. I think he's kind of like trying to figure out what his options are, when it comes to situations around romance. And I think he's not really that invested in this space just yet. Like, he's not deeply invested in that way just yet. Okay. What's the mental clarity about? Talk to me about that. Sorry. Okay. 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 Interesting. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. So, I think that ultimately you guys are kind of like navigating through a little bit of a situation where I know it doesn't actually feel like you guys have even had a moment to have like a honeymoon period, but for the most part, the honeymoon aspect of the situation is over, and you guys are pretty much just kind of navigating through where you are now, which was trying to sort of like develop something. Well, that's the thing. That's why it was so funny when I saw it on the cards. It's like, yeah, but it never really sort of like developed into that like phase where it was really able to be experienced. But I think there's a little bit of clarity on the fact that this is chemistry, but it's like, should we give this a chance to like develop it into a relationship? That's still questionable. And I think that you guys are going to sort of like navigate through a process of having it be a questionable thing. He seems too cool, calm, and collected, to be honest with you. He's got this whole King of Cups vibes about the situation where it's just like, yeah, I'm in control emotionally. Yeah, the situation isn't ideal. It's not really, what one's really looking for per se, right? Because we've got the Five of Swords energy here, which is always talking about conflict and tension. So clearly everybody isn't necessarily happy with the situation, but everybody is like, everybody's a King of Cups all of a sudden. Everybody has got that Pisces energy, right? Because the King of Cups represents Pisces. That Pisces energy where it's all like, keeping the emotions beneath the surface, keeping the emotions beneath the surface. Face is cool, calm, and collected. Yes, yeah. But underneath here, there's like so many emotions erupting for the most part. But you guys naturally have some chemistry. It's just, I guess, you guys are pondering on whether or not. I think he in particular is pondering because like I said, I don't know if they are motivated enough. I think that they have options, and I think that that's where the lack of precise motivation stems from. So that's a part of the issue. Okay. Let's have a little look and see, what do the guides advise you to do with the situation? Right? Okay. What do you guys advise Sarah to do? Thank you. Ooh. What do you guys advise Sarah to do with the situation? Okay. Can I be a bit too much info here? Go for it, girl. You're good. You're good. You're good. It depends on how much you want to share, okay? You're fine. It's up to you. You ask yourself, you test that boundary with yourself. The meetup is kind of intended to be a booty call. Yeah. You're good. Snap. Listen, no judgment here. You should see some of the stuff that comes out in the chat. Because we know romance is already off the table. Okay. Okay, girl. That part. All right. Well, let's have a little look. Okay. So that's why they're saying that it's about the chemistry, not necessarily a relationship. Okay. So I guess you've decided to be open to a little bit of a casual dynamic, right? Because the relationship thing is not really going to be a thing. I don't think, and it's interesting that obviously you're professing as well and putting it out there. I don't know that either of you guys really want a relationship as such. I think for you, you want some companionship. I don't know if you want a relationship. That's what I sense from you. I know that you would like to have some companionship for moments, but overall, like I think even you find relationships to be quite a lot of work. And for the most part, as much as that's the one thing we can get to, I guess. I do have feelings for him though, but I know he doesn't. Well, that part. How do you plan to navigate that? Because intimacy is such a thing, and if you've already have feelings there, do you know what's going to happen? That moment of intimacy, those feelings that are already there, is going to just like okay. And this is also another thing as well. Like this is going to be WTMI, but when a woman is intimate with a guy, because he hits certain okay, because the birth canal, the vagina, the birth canal has so many different trauma, I guess, trigger points. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of trauma trigger points within the birth canal. It's a lot more challenging for a woman to be intimate with a man because she's the USB port, he's the USB. Like once you have like energy coming in, it's then challenging to displace that energy because it is now an internalized source. Do you see what I'm saying? So obviously we receive their energy. So that's going to be tricky. How do you plan to navigate through that, my love? Because that can very easily make you woman crazy. And I tell guys all the time, like, look, if you don't want to like have the woman go crazy and you keep talking about she's this and she's that, just don't be intimate with her. If you know that there's feelings already invested, like she can't help it. Naturally, her hormones are going to take her all over the place because the moment you enter her, like the secretion is different. And also with intimacy, a man doesn't just connect to you internally, but you literally get mind as well. Like that's the thing. Like they're not just there, they're here as well at the same time. So it can be quite I know for me the fantasy is just to see him one more time after a year. And I thought it was for him as well. But I guess he doesn't feel that need. He's not necessarily motivated, my love. I think he's concerned that you're gonna get clingy. I'm just being honest. I think right now it's already a struggle for him. I don't think so, okay. I don't think the spot did open. Yeah, I didn't realize you weren't already on the list, but I don't think a spot has opened just yet. We'll have to continue going and see. I haven't seen So Amazing in the chat for a while. Angus Carr, I haven't seen in the chat, period. I don't think. So there might still be opportunities there. Angus and So Amazing are two people that I haven't seen in the chat just yet. So those might be your two windows of opportunity. Okay. But yeah, beautiful. I think that's a part of the situation as well. I think he already knows that there's feelings involved on your part, and I think that there's a little bit of a fear that that he's not going to be able to kind of like live up to those expectations after the fact, because it's almost like, even though you say that you'll be okay right now, I think he's questioning, like, do I really want to do that? Do I really want to? I know that it can be a little bit tricky, and even though she's saying one thing, it can very easily spiral. So I think he's kind of just weighing up the pros and cons to the situation to decide how he wants to kind of like navigate. So what do you see? What is the advice then for our girl Sarah navigating this situation? Oh, thank you. Interesting. Okay. Clarify this then. What kind of action? Make it clear. Hey, Bobby L. Oh, hey, so amazing. I see you're still here. Oh, okay. I see you. Okay. The only option is Angus. Angus is the only person I haven't seen in the chat so far. So he's kind of interested he's kind of only interested in the virtual aspect of it. Well, I think he's kind of trying to figure out if he can get through a physical aspect of it without getting himself caught in a trap. Because I think that's his thing as well. He's like trying not to get caught up. I'm literally in my mind, I'm seeing, like, it's so funny because in my mind I'm seeing like Usher in my head, right? Because his song Caught Up. I'm so caught up, got me feeling it, caught up, right? And I'm seeing like a spider, because spiders eat flies, right? And like Usher is like as small as a fly, and then there's like a giant spider. That's kind of what he feels like. You be the spider, and he be Usher, the fly. I'm so caught up, get the feeling it, caught up. That's kind of how they're showing it to me. Okay, he doesn't want to be that Usher. He doesn't want to be that version. And I think he can see that this is somewhat a trap. Okay. Somewhat a trap, for him to catch feelings, or for him to kind of like find himself in like a situation that is like on another level. And I think as well, he's got like so much other competition, I guess, out there, maybe 2 or 3, I guess, other people that he's kind of like interested and has been speaking to and getting to know. So he knows that he's not ready to give up that lifestyle, girl. He does not want to be Usher in your web. So I think that that's what that is. I don't think it's I think he is, there's chemistry there and there's some level of an attraction. I just think that he doesn't want to complicate things for himself. So should I let this go completely? What do you guys advise? Should I let go? Oh, thank you. That was quick. That's what we're doing. What do you guys advise? Sorry. Let me. Should our girl, let the situation go completely? Oh, damn, y'all. Damn. Okay. It's a whole story. Noted. Got it. They're like literally gonna take all the because I didn't want all the cards to come out as well. It's like I held them all in my hand whilst they were trying to fall. That's so funny. And here, okay, so they are saying start getting your question together as well, Jasmine, because you're next. Okay, my love. That's if you're obviously still in the room as well. Okay. Oh, hey, Bobby. Hey. Unfortunately, the list is closed, my love. A free list and donation list is closed. Your girl's trying to catch up on the assignment. We're already 3 hours in almost, and I've still got like 6 or 7 people on the free list alone, and I've got one on the donation list with a couple of questions. So we're just gonna close out the night with the current assignment. We're gonna work with that. And we got people like waiting for their opportunity on the free list as well. Feel free to stick around and see if you get an opportunity on the free list. If somebody misses their go, but yeah, sorry. Yeah, beautiful. Subscribe and yeah, like watch this space. I'm gonna be getting a couple of these guys. If I can figure out how to get my energy optimized, I would literally be doing this every day, like coming in and checking in. I just don't have the capacity. When I come in here, y'all see I'm like 3 hours in. How many readings have I done so far? Okay, this is why I can't come in here every day. I have to come in here when I don't have work, y'all. Because I would literally, yeah, no, it is. So we have the free list and then we also have a donation list. The free list allows you to obviously get your free reading. The donation list allows for you to be able to sort of like jump the queue. And all proceeds from the donations actually go towards my Uganda projects, where we're creating reusable sanitary towels for young girls out there who don't have access to those resources. So it's all a whole thing over here, a whole production. But definitely subscribe. And yeah, we will see you in the chat one of these Fridays or Saturdays. It depends on how the week goes. Your guidance, my love, in terms of, whether or not you should sort of let the situation go. They're saying, it's interesting. They're saying that you'll get an opportunity moving forward. So now isn't like a complete no, I guess. But what they are saying is that this situation right here and now isn't necessarily the time. I think it's best to kind of like keep it in the zone that it's in right now. That's what they're saying. That's all that you're going to be able to get from it. I think you probably have to manage your expectations in this one, my love, to be honest with you. I think this is ultimately what this comes down to. Yeah. I think that this is ultimately what this one comes down to. I don't think that there's going to be any sort of like significant changes moving forward with the situation. But I think that being in this situation may actually sort of like lead you to your next situation, actually, which is interesting. Yeah. This situation will lead you into your next situation. It's going to be months from now. But I think that yeah, keep this as the abstract kind of sort of friendship, but not really friendship, situationship dynamic that you've got going on. And I think within the next 5 months, there might be a little bit of a pivot in that space. There may be an introduction potentially of someone new coming into the space to kind of like get your attention. Yeah. Potentially between 5 and 6 months. Okay, 5 and 6.5, almost 7 months, they're saying. Because it seems like things kind of move in a certain direction after a certain point. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. I mean, yeah. Hope it was useful. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. Hi, Florencia. Unfortunately, my love, the free list and donation list is both closed. Yeah. Tune in next week though. Subscribe. I usually put a memo on the community tab when I'm about to go live, and then the guys come in and they start to formulate the list as they come in. So yeah, we have a whole system that works for us over here. Yeah. Jasmine, beautiful. Are you in the building? You still with us? No, that's okay, beautiful. Tune in next week. I might be live. I need to figure out when I'm going to go live for you guys next week as well. I might do it on Friday again and get back into our usual Friday rhythm. It's just been so hard, actually. It's been a bit of a challenge, actually, doing work. Yes, Jasmine. Throw your question out there, beautiful, and I will unpack that for you. Whilst you do that, I'm actually going to take a quick little toilet break. Yep, 3 hours. I'm getting better at having a bit of an organization with this, because I'm hoping to get out of here in like 3 hours, but it's just clearly not possible. So after 3 hours, I'll be like having a little boost break, I guess. But I need to go to the loo though. Oh, my drinking. Oh, I made a little concoction. The cranberry juice. Oh, tangy. I'll be back, Jasmine. Keep typing your question, girl. Okay. Oh, she done already put it out there. Okay. Right, guys. I'm gonna give you guys a little video of my little indoor skydiving. It's the only other video I've got on here. You guys can watch some of that good stuff whilst I go and have a break. 2 seconds, I'm gonna go to the loo. I need to get like my, hold on, let me see if I can find it actually. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, I'm actually trying to find my okay. And oh, it's expired. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can find my little advert thingy that I did a while ago, so I could maybe like leave you guys to watch that good stuff whilst I go, but I guess not. No. It's probably gone anyways. All right, so I'll give you guys what I got. Y'all gonna have to watch me do some indoor skydiving. That's what I've got. Hold on, I'm gonna bring the video because it's still there. It's still there, Mina, from last time when I like shared it with you guys. But check this out, guys. Super cool. Enjoy. I'm back, y'all. I knew it was going to take me a minute, so I actually brought my charger because my phone's about to die by the time I'm finished here, for the most part. I know that much. So we're going to go and dive into it. And oh man, I guess it's over. I wanted to ask how we donated because I don't see no join button. Oh, yeah. Bobby, the donation list is actually now closed. I did say there was room for one more, so I guess you are that one. Yeah. The details about the donation stuff is in the description below. I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, I guess you're the last one on the donation list. But yeah, we'll kind of go into that. I guess that's why they said to go and charge my phone as well, right? Wait for the last person on the donation list. But if I decide to stay at my current job, will I have the success I want in terms of career growth and income? Oh, that's a good one, Jasmine, because the retrograde season's actually asking us about that at the minute. 18 months on the boutique thing, but we're going to go into it and unpack it. It's not necessarily a year. It's more sort of like 17 to 18 months before you actually sort of get yourself open with a boutique situation. But let's go and dive into the other stuff firstly, right? Right, Jasmine, she wants to know if she decides to stay at her current job, will she have the success that she wants in terms of her career growth and income? What do y'all see? As clearly as you can, right? Yeah, that's not too bad, right? 17 to 18 months, though. 17 to 18 months. Yeah. And you're quick with the manifesting, girl. What's your sun sign? Because you're good with your executing. Okay. If Jasmine stays in the current job, how do you see that playing out for her? Okay, that makes sense. That's why. Capricorn's very hardworking. Very hardworking. And focus on the goals. You guys can execute goals in your sleep. You guys and Virgos actually are quite good at that. So yeah. Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay. Interesting. Talk to me about that. Elaborate. We've got sevens here, right? So we've got, yes, Mina, fellow Capricorn in the building. Right, so you've got, we've got the 7 of Pentacles in reverse out here. Okay, as kind of like how that situation is going to play out. But the undertone at the bottom of the deck, we've got the 7 of Wands as well. So it's kind of letting me know that this situation, as far as you sticking it out, is going to be a, that's so cute. As far as you sticking it out, it's going to be a very limited sort of success, potentially, probably because obviously you're looking to develop your own thing going. So that's why I want to elaborate on, what does that mean in terms of the limited success? So we're going to dive into it a little bit more. Okay, guys, clarify this for me. Limited success in what capacity? What do you mean? Oh, thank you. Okay. And then what? Okay. So, that situation would be a decent career trajectory for you. Why is that, Mama? What do you mean you get distracted at the job? Elaborate on that, because I've been I've been doing my own sort of case study and observation about my dyslexia at the minute. My dyslexia's got me like all over the place, and I'm having to try and focus. I get very distracted at my own. I work 2 jobs. I'm distracted in both. Okay. Okay. Girl, I'm telling you. We're all sick with something, okay? It's how we go for the world we live in. Okay, that's interesting. Because I know that my dyslexia basically like draws me to other things to kind of like feed itself and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't think that that situation's going to be. That's more of a you thing, to be honest with you, beautiful. That really isn't anybody else personal situation. That really is more of a you thing, because I'm navigating through that with my dyslexia myself. And I was asking God, like, why does this stuff keep following me? God's like, girl, who are you kidding? This is all you. It's not following you. It is you. You love this, you love that, you love this, hence it's all here. So that more so, in terms of the distraction, that's more so your tendency to want to actually, you're constantly sourcing a way out of your like environment, and you're giving yourself an opportunity to be distracted elsewhere so you can kind of like, you know, like unplug for a little bit. That's what that is. I'm sick with the same thing, girl. Don't worry about it. God's working on us. We're good. But interestingly, they're saying that that situation, you will persevere in terms of the financial progression that you're looking for. You'll also persevere in terms of like what's going on with this current situation. I think, sorry, I'm going to see, do we see a promotion on the cards? And if so, how long? We want to, get into the nitty gritty of it all. So guys, please, asking nicely. Do we see promotions on the cards for our girl Jasmine if she sticks it out at the current workplace? Okay, thank you. Yeah, the answer is yes. The answer is less. Yeah, okay. Girl, are you living my life? Okay. So my thing is appointment setting. It's definitely sort of salesy, which is interesting to me because I'm like, I don't know about selling. Snap. It's not really my strongest suit, but I'm a customer service type person. Like I love to be of service, so I utilize consultative sales methods as far as like just presenting myself as what they need. So that's interesting. But yes, promotion is definitely on the cards for you. So yeah, the cards definitely concur with that one, right? That's what we've got. So yeah, I think that one is more so, like you said, it's up to you in terms of like how you navigate that situation, but it seems highly promising. I do think that why it is limited is because of what we spoke about. It is because of question number 2. So I'm going to sort of see what the advice is for you on this, and then we're going to dive into question number 2, if that's okay. Yeah. So let me see then, guys. What do you guys advise our girl Jasmine to do on the current job? Okay. Oh, thank you. That was nice and quick. Love that. Love. Okay. They're saying in terms of the job situation, they're saying it's a peaceful resolution. It's a peaceful resolution to bridge the gap from where you are now to where you're trying to get to with the boutique thing. I definitely see the boutique situation. So it's going to take about 17 to 18 months to really sort of like develop. And it's about like the 19th month, alhamdulillah, where it actually manifests itself, right? And that's really where things start to move forward from there progressively. But I guess for lack of a better way of putting it, you need this job now. Like this job is your now situation. This is the job that helps you to build the bridge over onto that timeline 18, 19 months from now, where you're actually like able to get that boutique situation up and running. Okay. So we're going to go and dive into the other question that you put out there. I hope that that was useful for you, BTW. But we're going to dive into your other question. Yeah. It's interesting because they're saying that as much as you're in there, do you like the job? Let me ask you that, because they said that it can be quite mentally like draining sometimes. I have to ask that question because I'm like going back to the undertone of this situation. They're telling me that you'll persevere, and I gather that. But okay, good. I think you'll be able to sort of like benefit from the situation. Okay, it's the people. Girl, when is it never? When is it never? Yeah, that happens, especially when you're in like an office environment. People just kind of, there's just roles that gets played out in office environments. It's just the thing. It's kind of like why I struggle myself to get into like management positions in businesses, because exactly that. It's very cutthroat and competitive, and you have to play a certain archetype basically. So it gets a little bit like, oh, I don't know if I want to audition for that role. I think I'm pretty happy with the role that I've got going at the minute. I'm still a nice person. My character is still able to maintain being like a decent human being. But when it comes to having certain levels of power, it gets a little bit tricky. So yeah. I get you on all of the above. Beautiful. They're saying you can go for it. You'll kind of like navigate through a process of being able to like be emotionally restored, because you're going to navigate through moments of feeling overwhelmed as you kind of like go through this, I guess, evolution into your success. But girl, you need the money. You need the money coming in from here to plug it into where you're trying to get to as well, to also be able to develop the idea. So I think the timeline that I gave you is a development of said idea. But we're going to dive into question number 2 as well. That part. I think I'm competitive. Yeah, well, see, this is what we're going to go and dive into now, my love, because I think that's what we really want to sort of understand, how well the situation is going to play out for you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. We're going to unpack it. Right, guys. How do you see the boutique business going for our girl Jasmine? Because she's going to do it. It's just a matter of timing. We've got the timeline. Hiya, Dottie. The lists are closed, my love. The lists are closed, unfortunately, at the minute. Okay, so... Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Yes, and I gather that, but how do you see it actually playing out being on that timeline? Oh, tune in next week. We'll be live again. I'm going to try and get a couple of lives in for readings next week, guys. Okay, clarify for me. Oh, thank you. Hey, Violent Angel, that is quite the name. You come in with a shebang. That is quite the name. I guess sometimes it does call for violence, doesn't it? Yeah, the free list is closed. The donation list is closed too, to be honest with you. Your girl's been here a few hours, and I'm gonna probably be here a couple more. With the list, yeah, I've got about the free list I'm working on now because we're just finishing the last one on the donation list, and we've got a few. Oh, thank you. That's cute. That part, Jasmine, your girl is tired. I'm about to be so laid out after like I get through the rest of the list. It's gonna be a whole thing. But thank you, Dottie. That's really nice of you. I appreciate you. Definitely tune in. We're like out here in these YouTube streets every weekend. We ain't got nothing better to do. I mean, it's not true. It's not true. We do have other stuff to do, but we like doing this instead. And that's just the truth. That one is the truth. But yes. So interestingly, Jasmine, let's dive into what's going on, right? They're showing me in terms of like how things are going to be playing out with this situation. It's the truth, Mina, because you know there's things that girl, most of us could be sleeping. Okay, that's something that we could be doing on the weekend, but we're here because we'd rather do that. So, that's the truth. But yes, okay. Interestingly enough, Jasmine, they're saying that like with the boutique situation, it's going to be one of those things that's going to be a bit of a, how can I put it? It's going to kind of like it's a rite of passage for you. That part, okay. It's a bit of a rite of passage for you to kind of like navigate through this boutique situation. And interestingly enough, it's a bit of a diversionary tactic from the reality that you're used to navigating, right? In terms of just being in that, I guess, that working role, because they're showing me to transition into entrepreneurship. But the boutique is only a start. It's only a start of other things as well, because you actually develop into other stuff that you want to do, creatively speaking. I do think that the boutique, interestingly enough, sorry, I'm just going to dive into it a little bit because you've got lots of major arcanas here. You've got like 3 major arcanas. When I clarified, when they say like, oh, this is going to be like a rite of passage, a diversionary tactic, that's going to be a rite of passage for you. They're talking about a diversion from your current job into your rite of passage for you, because this is a personal passion project for you. This is what you want to do. But I really had to unpack that, right? Girl, listen, I was we've got the Temperance, we've got the World card in reverse. So that's telling me that there's a lack of closure. So I think when you start this boutique situation, you may actually be transitioning out of your current work situation, basically. And I think that as you do that, you'll kind of like navigate through just moments of being unsure, like if you want to fully like let that go as far as the previous job, because I think you want to get like full clarity that, you know, this is going to be the right situation for you in terms of like the financial upkeep and everything. One thing I would say, you don't go straight into the boutique like physical presence, my love. You start online, right? And I think that this is why it takes the 18 to 19 months, right? I do believe that you start online as far as like figuring out certain things as far as marketing, as far as being able, why I'm saying this as well is because they're saying, no. Um, They're like, no, she's moving too quickly. She's thinking about physical presence, physical store straight away. Like that's her thought process. No. We can't afford to do that. That will go straight into bankruptcy. Especially when one doesn't know or have the audience ready set, right? So there's a few things. Grab a notepad and pen, mama. I'm gonna give you the codes. I'm gonna give you the codes, right? So this is what they're saying. Don't worry, girl. I got you. I'm gonna give you the codes. They're saying first thing you do, you don't have any capacity in terms of the workspace. You're going to be working at basically developing certain things within your work environment over the course of the next few weeks, right? And as you kind of navigate through that process, I did see your message, Ari. You're good. Don't worry about it. I'm coming back to you with the stuff. I'm literally just out here trying to get through these little readings. No, it's not your turn yet as well, mama, but it's coming up. Don't worry. I got you. I did see the message on IG and I am here to check it out when it's that time. Don't worry. I literally, when I was like away, I thought, oh, I know that Ari sent me a message. I hope she don't think I was ignoring. I was just literally diving into the reading whilst I was still in the channel because the channel was so fragile. If I basically dismissed myself, it would have been a challenge to kind of like keep focused. But no, I got you, girl. Yes, Jasmine. So, yeah, my concern is definitely money. Well, that's the thing. Don't worry about it, girl. This is why we're talking about the code. This is why we're talking about the code. Because I am good at my current job, and this is why you need the current job, mama. This is why the current job is that's going to be the thing that feeds the mouth, okay? And it's also going to feed the passion project. And I'll tell you how. You're going to basically clarify this idea, right? You're going to clarify this idea. You're going to gain a full scope and understanding of what kind of precisely what kind of clothing your boutique is going to be stocking in terms of like what audience you're going to be appeasing to, right? Where you're going to be sourcing your stock from. All of these variables you're going to be figuring out over the course of the next few months, which is why it takes a while for you to get to an actual physical boutique. The first 7 months, I want to say the first 5 to 6 months from now, you're actually basically going to be working at the job situation whilst you kind of clarify some of these ideas in your mind as well. Like I said, you're going to be figuring out exactly the audience, where you're going to be sourcing the actual stock from. And you also want to be thinking about how you're going to be sort of like selling. You don't necessarily need a what's it called straight off the bat, a website straight off the bat per se. You can utilize social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram, and even Facebook. You can even utilize Facebook marketplace as well, to begin with, basically to kind of like build your audience up, so that you can understand as well where you're going to be sourcing your audience. Because what you don't want to do is go straight for a boutique physical presence. You've got these business rates that you have to pay for the actual lease of the actual physical property, plus you're still figuring out how to basically get clients in or get your customers in on a regular basis. If you start with the social media platforms, You're not going to have any time. I'm going to be clear. You're not going to have any time to put anything out there per se within the next 6 months or so. But from month 7, between month 7 and month 8, the idea will be a little bit more refined. And from that point, this is again why it takes about 18 to 19 months basically, is because it's from that point that you generally start the actual business, right? About 7 to 8 months from now, when you've clarified some of these ideas in your mind, you've stabilized and steadied yourself and your work pace within the work environment. And then you kind of start to get things going on social media to connect with your audience, find your audience, and basically see what your audience are responding to in terms of the stock that you actually bring in. Then as you kind of like go through the process of doing that, you will start to gain more of an understanding of what direction you want to take your boutique in. And you'll also understand a little bit more about your marketing and how to connect with your audience through social media, and how to basically kind of, because even if you've got the boutique, you'll still be utilizing social media to be able to do like shipments basically elsewhere as well. And that's a good thing about being able to start off from that point. Eventually, after the social media situation gets a little bit better, you can decide if you want a website. It's not necessarily necessary until you get to the boutique stage. But even then, I don't even necessarily think that it's. I pay for a website that I don't really use that much, but it's good to have it there as by way of practice for other people to be able to sort of look at. But generally speaking, I don't know that it's a necessity per se, because there's social media platforms that basically gives you access to an audience, right? Yeah, that's what's going to build the brand, right? Build the brand. And it's about building the social media presence there, because that's where you're going to be able to obviously tap into consistent audience, right? That's your consistent customers, because even as you're buying and you've got a physical presence, you can always ship out to them as well, right? So that's not an issue as far as like location too much. You kind of decide where you're going to be shipping to, how far you can ship to, all of those variables. You're going to be lining up all of this information over the course of the next few months, just so that you can get a pretty good scope and understanding of how you're going to be sort of like developing the business. And then after about 8, 9 months, I see you kind of like getting into the groove of the situation, getting into more of an understanding of how you want to play things out. I think you go through a lot of reconsiderations and refining process with the idea versus the manifestation of said idea. Yeah, I think it takes around about 15 months or so before you actually even start not thinking about, but before it's actually feasible for you to start thinking about a location. I think I see you start looking at location maybe month 15, 16. And that's when things start to move along. That's why I say it takes about 17 to 18 months or so. And it's like month 19 that I see you actually there in a physical boutique, actually sort of like doing what you do. Right, you're still sort of clarifying all these stuff. And can I just say, you actually have, I don't know if it's the same boutique, but you have 3 different businesses. Like, this is a starting point for you. This one here is a starting point. Hey, Lady T, hope you're good, my love. Thank you for the sub. We're actually fully like closed on the free list and the donation list tonight, but maybe tune in next week and get into the room nice and early, because the list is usually closed before I even get here. I'm not gonna lie, beautiful. We've got a whole system that seems to work over here. Thank you, so amazing, for letting me know that you're still here. That's what's up. But yes, that seems to be, yeah. It seems to be a bit of a starting point for you, because by the time you kind of go into the scope of this, you actually have 3 different businesses. It really develops your entrepreneurship skills as well. And you're actually quite good at sales. Shit, you're better than me. So you'll be good at figuring out some of these things quite quickly, actually, which is why the trajectory and the timeline that I mentioned actually, in essence, isn't that long. It's just a case of the developmental stages. That's all. Okay. Thank you. I love that, Lady T. So positive. Definitely come by again and check us out and hang out and vibe with us. We love some good positive energy. But yes, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you because it seems like there's going to be a lot unfolding with this particular situation over time for you. Okay, that part. Final guidance then for our girl on the boutique situation. What do you guys advise? Yeah, thank you. In the near future. So within the next within the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. Oh, you make money, mama. You make money. Like you make money. This is why I just said like you're good at selling. So I think that that is a transferable skill that you'll kind of like utilize in this space as well. And that will be beneficial to you. I think this is very easily how you're able to open up like you have 3 businesses within the course of the next 7 to 8 years. So it actually grows fairly quickly in comparison, I guess, because you kind of like branch out similarly within the same remit. Similarly, right? So you start doing like other stuff as well. I don't know if skincare is something or cosmetics is something that's sort of like in there that you've thought of as well, but you kind of like build an entire brand. So all 3 brands kind of like tie into each other and they all support each other in different ways, basically. Um, so yeah, it all makes sense and it comes together eventually. I think you're kind of like going through a process of, you want to do perfume. Okay. Yeah, so see, this is the thing. I think you go through a process of kind of like, going into the process of birthing these 3 children of yours, these 3 I guess children and art form of yours. And it does come to manifestation, right? So I think once the boutique starts to go well, you branch out in other areas that, again, like I said, they all support each other and they're all aligned and in tandem in some way or capacity. Okay. But yeah, you're going to start developing that whole process within the next couple of weeks, girl. So kudos to you. Yeah. Let us know how it goes. Definitely, keep us posted. I was saying to my partner, I think I'm like so invested in the space. This is why my readings take so long. Because sometimes half the time before you guys even ask, I'm like, yeah, mama, I'm going to check this out for you. Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks, Sammy. Much appreciated. I think you're after Ash, right? Do you want to go before Ash and then she comes back to her go? She gonna be a minute as well? Because if she is, that's what I'm saying. You can go before. That's okay, Jasmine. Thank you, beautiful. Yeah, you can go before Ash if you like, and then when she comes into this space, she can have her reading, I guess. Oh, she's here. She is here. Okay. Damn, girl, that's like a whole bunch, Ash. I'm literally already in here for like almost 4 hours. Dang. Oh, pick me something, girl. Hi, gorgeous. Can you give me any details or information about my future children? Example, gender, astrological signs. Will they have any health complications, special gifts, etc.? Gifts naturally, because that's your genetics passed down. So I think that's a given. I think also um, uh, their oh, ain't you guys cute? Their dad also has his own sort of strengths as well in terms of his spiritual gifts. So that's definitely a given. I think there's one girl in particular. I think I want to say she's the youngest, and she I think she's a Cancer actually. I think she's a Cancer. Potentially Scorpio rising. Interesting. Um, and she has a warm time navigating through her abilities. Yeah, super, super emotional, highly intuitive. Definitely picks up on other people's, energy straight off the bat. And I guess you have to learn her very quickly, basically, because you'll have to teach her how to navigate through her skills, basically. I said, "Oh no, not a Cancer! Oh God, why? What's wrong with Cancers?" She's a Scorpio rising as well, so it's a pretty intense, I guess, astrological aspect to navigate through. But I think with the situation with her, kind of like, lol, my brother's a Cancer, we don't get along. Male Cancers are oftentimes different, just like with any of the zodiacs. The energy sort of like emanates differently when it's coming from a masculine, and also so because Cancers are quite intuitive and they're very, very deeply emotionally sort of like um gifted, like that's really like their ability to be emotionally, they tend to manipulate sometimes as well, because of their ability to be emotionally aware, but it depends on how they are actually, I don't want to say raised, but it plays a very crucial part, because sometimes you can have like the uninvolved Cancer, which is like really, really challenging to navigate through. But I think, again, because they're such emotional creatures, it's really about like their personal development in their formative years, because then they're able to. I go with Ash in the commentary. Ah, listen, if they are able to get the kind of nurturing that they need to support the evolution of their Cancerian like character flaws, because sometimes they can honestly be like they're probably very highly prone to narcissism. They can be them and Pisces, to be fair actually. Shit. I thought about Scorpio as well. And they can be too. But however, I wouldn't say any health issues per se. I wouldn't say health issues, but I do think that, yeah, listen, trust me. It's just one of those things. Like when you're a water sign, you actually know how to basically manipulate emotions. And sometimes, if you're unevolved, you have a tendency to be so selfish that nobody else's feelings matter but yours. And that's the only feeling you focus on, unfortunately. So it gets tricky for anybody else that has to be around you, that part. But yes, my love. So, um, health complications, not necessarily. I do pick up on a little bit of a heart situation with the same daughter that I'm speaking about, but I think that that's how her abilities manifest itself, right? Okay, good, because I am older and I have no children as yet. So I'm just curious. Well, this is the thing. It's a little bit of a hot situation. It's not too severe or anything. I don't see it totally consuming her life. But I think that it's a part of her ability again because she's coming in with her own karma. And she has to basically like learn to find the balance between her emotional intelligence and cognition and basically expressing the right level of empathy in certain situations. Honestly speaking, she was a sociopath in a previous life. So coming into this life, um, with a mom like yourself, she has to be held accountable. Her growing process is very vigorous. She's aware of that. Hell, she's preparing herself for that. Because I think, like, honestly, I know my kids preparing themselves for me as a mom, okay? Because that's going to require work. Um, but yeah, I think the son's actually the older one. I think the son is the older because she seems like she's the younger one out of the dynamics with the two. And around her, I see an older boy. They are pretty close-ish in age. They're pretty close-ish in age. I want to say maybe two, almost 3 years apart. Um, yeah. And this all happens within the next 5 years. So, 5 to 6 years, sorry. They clarified the timeline because it's five and a bit, almost close towards the 6 year mark. Um, but yeah, she's very playful. Her brother and her engages fairly well as well. So I will have, yeah, you do. You do. The little boy comes first, I believe, and then the little girl kind of comes and she has to find the right balance basically. Yeah, she has to find the right balance when she gets here. Like her thing is kind of basically paying her due diligence for the previous life where she was over self. Basically, it was all about her and kind of like her own wants and needs and stuff in certain situations. And I feel she's paying the price of some of her selfish moments in her previous life. So that's the best way that I can put that situation. um what else did you ask? Yeah, I think that the boy doesn't really seem to have any complications. I don't think. I think he I'll tell you what, with the boy, right? Because you're so thorough with your health and your preventation methods, right? You're very, very careful throughout the pregnancy. Um I think both kids are fine for health issues. I don't see any major health issues as such. Not even when the little boy's younger. I think the little girl with the heart situation, she does have moments where she has to obviously visit and they have to do research and get an understanding of how to help out and stuff. But for the most part, I don't think it's a severe sort of situation. It's quite mild. And I want to say it's adaptively treated, right? Because I'm not going to say it's easily treated, it's adaptively treated. That's her journey. I don't want to like disrespect or take her journey for granted. Um, yeah, I do think that like she struggles in the space basically to just yeah, sometimes she struggles to be comfortable in her own skin by the looks of it. Sometimes she might feel like yeah, she goes through her own little stuff, her negative um thought pattern. It's interesting. What's your mum's thought process like? Is mum quite a pessimist? Because they're showing me that that genetic sequence is 3 generations removed, so it wouldn't be you, it would be your mum. Is mum quite a pessimist? My cocktail is not cocktailing. Yeah, well, you asked about sicknesses, and you know I'd speak on sickness on all different levels, right? If anything, that's the one thing that your daughter will be sick with. Spirit of pessimism. Okay. And you're gonna have to teach her how to manage that because it's 3 generations removed. So it's your mum's, I guess, genetic karma to help her work through her karma, basically. So again, this is why we get put onto I don't get along with my mum all the time. Yeah, well, she shall be your testing in that space, I guess. I don't want to say your karma per se, but obviously the dynamic that you navigate through with your mum will kind of play itself out in your own relationships with your children and the way that you are in terms of your parenting, right? But it's interesting. She always finds a fault with me. Yeah. Well, see, it's interesting because now you're going to play that out with a version of you, which is technically a version of her removed twice, manifested through you. So that part should be interesting. Yeah, I think with the pessimism thing, I think it's something that grows with her during her teen years, from what I can see. My mom told me the same thing. Well, mama knows. She knows how this thing works here. But yeah, that's ultimately it. She's going to be sick with that spirit to assist you in navigating through that, I guess, unprocessed dynamic between you and mom, right? No, the kid was already destined, the kid was already destined. I think it's not even necessarily just her manifesting, but it's also your manifesting. I guess it's one of those things we earn karma as we go along. That's just the way it works. So with the karma that you've earned this one, this lovely little Cancer of yours. With her little Scorpio rising to just, put the cherry on top and let you know what life is really about. Okay. But yeah, seems like these situations, her older brother seems to be quite he's quite okay to be in the background. He's not really an attention seeker much. If anything, he's quite an introvert, that one. Yeah, he's quite the introvert. And I think if anything, he seems to be one who needs a little bit more encouragement with expression. Oh, damn, girl. Well, look at that. She's you and your mama. Look at that. That means you should get her perfectly fine. Oh, dude, that's interesting as well. That makes sense. That makes sense that people would receive you like sometimes because your rising's like, why are you saying, oh no? Do you not like yourself, girl? What do you mean, oh no? Would you not rather navigate through like a you? Well, that part too, but at least part of that trouble is you, girl. You know how to navigate half of the trouble. The other half you're used to experiencing. So hopefully you've taken enough notes to be able to like teach her how to curb some of those, attributes and mannerisms. But yeah, it's actually interesting. Let's see then. Like, what do you guys advise for our girl Ash in kind of like navigating through what's to come with these awesome bubbas for her? What you say, guys? Okay, what do you guys say on the situation? Okay, thank you. Okay, they said there's no need to worry about this in the next couple of weeks or so. In the near future, it's not something for you to worry about. It's something that's actually going to be unfolding over the course of a significant period of time. So, just let it ride. Let it ride. My dad was an Aries. Okay, I'm a Sagittarius. My mom is an Aries. Okay. Oh, Aries can sometimes struggle with the mothering, my love. They're the first sign in the zodiac. That's the starting point of the evolution process. So it can be a challenge sometimes for them to see outside of themselves, actually, because they tend to be very self-focused. Um, but yeah. I hope that was useful for you, though. Beautiful. Oh, that's so funny. I hope it was, though. Thank you, my love. It was interesting because I thought the sun may be Leo, interestingly enough. So it's interesting when you said that dad was a Leo. I got the sense that he may be a Leo, but he was kind of like giving me fire sign energy. Um, but it was a little bit tricky to kind of like fully grasp how he would have been so introverted um, and be a Leo. I was like, really? But then I have to also take into consideration that there's other aspects, I guess, to the situation. So, yeah. Oh, that's sweet. Well, there you go. Dad will balance out all the genetics. There you go. The Scorpios and Aries definitely don't get along, even if the person doesn't have a Scorpio sun and has other Scorpio placements. It can be tricky. It can be tricky. I think Aries as well, right? I'm not gonna say like most people, all people, but sometimes they can be misunderstood, right? Because they like go on the focus of like that thought. Sometimes it's not really like processing a thought, it's like actually just like speaking or executing or whatever. So sometimes they can be misunderstood. Leo. Oh, that's what's up. I love that for you guys. But yes, Ash, that seems to be the festivities for what's to come. I hope that was useful for you. Who have we got next on the list? I think we've got Sammy next on the list, right? Because I was saying to her at one point, do you want to go before Ash? Yeah, we've got Sammy next on the list. That's the list, guys. We've got Sammy, Angus Carr, Ari, Mina, and So Amazing. I saw a post saying that Scorpios are like Aries. I was like, hell nah. Girl, I concur. I don't think they are like Aries. I don't think so. She was walking by. What? Oh, before I forget, I saw my ex friend. She was walking behind me. Then she crossed the road. How nice of her. How nice of her to not share energy with you. That was so lovely. Look at God being God. I agree with that. Saggy is like a mix between Aries and Libra. I would agree with you on that because I think that they carry very, very strong fire sign energy, but they also, with the Libra element, it feels like they bring that like fiery nature into balance, right? So I think that that's the thing. But it's all, oh, my friend wasn't even charging properly, man. But it's always interesting. To kind of see how everything actually unfolds, right? Okay. Right, guys. I'm gonna see if I can. Oh, oh, sorry. Oh, you're good. I'm just checking out the messages that I've got. Scorpios are more like Pisces or Capricorns. Scorpios are very similar to Pisces. They can project like Capricorns sometimes. I don't know where Sammy is actually. I was waiting for her to put her question out there as well. Where are you, Sammy? So we've got Sammy, Angaskar, Ari, Mina, and So Amazing. Okay. How many have we got? 2, 4, 5. Not bad. Not bad. I'm basically going to be here for almost another 2 hours or so. Ouch. I'm up at like 9 a.m. for work as well. So this is all very, very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, actually, I don't think I got church tomorrow because we've got a convention. Oh, there we go. Sammy got back in here real quick. To put the stuff out. Okay. Gonna help myself, guys. Aquarius and Virgos do have some similarities. They can be quite similar. It's how their natures are shaped, which is always really interesting, actually. Always really interesting. So, that part. That's okay, Sammy. Mercury retrograde's got us like really going deep into the mind. But you know what? It's so funny. You'd think that Taurus and Capricorns can relate. But my mum's a Taurus, Nan's a Capricorn, and Sis is a Capricorn. And they're so similar that they struggle to get on. That part. When you're that similar, you know how they say opposites attract? Snap. Maybe there's a reason why. Because similars clash. Hey, Manor. Unfortunately, the lists are closed for the night, my love. I'm literally just wrapping up shop with the lot that we've got at the minute. Hey, Leslie. How are you doing, my love? I need some ice in my drink. This was not a good idea. I won't be doing this again. This is actual, like, a little mocktail that I made. I was feeling the vibe today. On Fridays, we get to have, like, a glass of wine and have a chat about how our work week has been. So I was feeling the vibe. Oh, hanging in here and you. I'm doing, Leslie. Life is lifing me. I'm figuring out how to life back. You know, we're just doing some fisticuffs right now. Scorpios are like Leo's evil twin. Leos can be mean, but Scorpios are a more ruthless version of Leo. I agree with you there. They can be very cutthroat. Okay, let's see. Message for Sammy, guys. Okay. We can be. We can be. Show me. Any messages for Sammy? Okay. Hi, Angus. I see you've stopped back into the space. It's been a minute since I saw you. I don't think I've seen you in the whoa, chat. Okay. Clarify. What does that mean? Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Is there something going around your work dynamic? Sammy, I have to ask you this question. The reason why I'm asking you the question is because they're showing me that there's a little bit of a transition that's taking place, but I need to start there to kind of understand the dynamics of the transition, right? Is there something going on around your work dynamic and situation at the minute in terms of a transition? Because they're showing me a bit of a blockage when it comes to certain aspects towards that. So talk to me about that, because that's basically what they want to speak on. I kind of need to go a little bit deeper into it. Oh, well, there was not a lot, I guess, left. We've just got the free list now that we're navigating through. So we're just kind of getting through the night, Mama. We're just getting through the night. Question was to you, Sammy. In terms of the work situation, you navigating through a bit of a transition at the minute. I have to ask the question so I can dive a little bit deeper into the unfoldings of what they're speaking to me about, because they're saying to me basically, you're navigating through a bit of a blockage when it comes to this dynamic, and we need to kind of like unpack it. Basically, we're going to be having a conversation about it. So no work situation that's kind of, how can I put it? Where are you in terms of your work dynamic at the minute? Help me understand that. The reason why I'm asking, that's exactly what I just asked, Mama. That's why I had to re-ask the question differently, because your interpretation versus the interpretation of what's actually occurring. That's exactly the situation that they want to speak about, right? You're waiting for a call, blockage, right? Resistances, the wait, that would be the block. Around work situation, yeah, that's exactly the situation. Okay, let's go ahead and unpack that a little bit. Okay. A couple things that I want to speak to you guys about, because they're saying to me that there's a little bit of a delay on the situation, basically. A little bit of a holdback. Obviously, we're navigating through Mercury retrograde. Mercury went retrograde on the 23rd. So he's just fresh in that energy at the minute. So the delays are to be expected around about this time. You know, if you're manifesting it during this season, one can naturally expect some delays. So we're going to unpack it. Well, part-time waiting. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay. So how do you see it sort of playing out ultimately then? Oh, thank you. Oh, 2 cards kicks. Okay. That's interesting. So what does this mean? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, interesting. Sorry, I'm like taking a little gander at the situation. So talk to me about the call. Got to dive into it, right? Talk to me about the call, guys. Oh, okay. Okay. And what will the outcome be with that? Okay, thank you. Okay. Put in it. Sorry, I'm literally like out here unpacking. I've gone through so many days, but I'm gonna come and like read all this stuff to you because I have to give it to you in full context because I'm getting it, but I got to unpack it and clarify and really tell the whole story because it's important. Okay, clarify what you mean by that. Oh, okay, that's good. Okay. So with this situation, it's going to be a good situation for you as far as like the outcome of it. The call is going to be a positive one. They're showing me basically why I had to sort of like go the route that I was going is because they're saying that this situation is going to be wrapped up within the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. And you'll kind of like be on your new trajectory, right? Obviously, I had to understand the dynamics of the delay because of the Mercury retrograde and how long that's likely to sort of, just be lurking in the air type thing. They did sort of say that the blockage that you're navigating through at the minute as well is kind of like allowing you to align certain things within the family dynamics just so that you can kind of like almost it's like reorganizing a room, right? You're kind of like reorganizing your life to be able to kind of like make allowances and have like full capacity for this new opportunity to just land very nicely into a slot that you've made for it type thing. It's like when you've moved furniture around in a room because you've got something new coming in and you can just slot that new thing right into the slot that you've basically prepared for it. It's the same sort of notion that's occurring with your work situation with this particular dynamic. What I'm seeing with the process of this as well is that it is likely to be somewhere that you I want to say that you are for a good little period of time. I think that you're able to adjust into like you're able to adjust it into your lifestyle all around. And you're there for a good little while. I think they wanted to speak to you about this one because I think it's one of those things where they wanted to let you know that all is well. Like that's all I'm hearing. Like all is well, my love. All is well. No need to worry. No need to worry. You'll face your own challenges when you kind of like get into this space, is what they're saying. But for the most part, this is the right situation to basically align you. And you'll be able to move, I guess. I don't want to say quickly because I don't think it's a quick thing, but I do see you being able to kind of like, you'll be there for a while. You'll be there for a while. I think you get comfortable. I don't want to say fairly quickly, but I think once you're kind of like at ease with the situation, you can breathe, right? And you're comfortable enough to be able to navigate through an environment, regardless potentially of how the volatility levels can kind of go up and stuff. But yeah, you'll be in a different position with that job situation within the next 2 to 2.5 weeks, basically. That's what they wanted to talk to you about. They're saying that that situation is going to align some of the dynamics that you want for like the family situations as well. Yeah, and it should be coming to a close within the next couple of weeks. You'll kind of be in there. Okay. What do you guys advise Sammy to do? In the meantime, she's obviously in her wait period as well. So what do you guys advise? That part, Sammy, right? It's nice. It's nice to kind of get like a bit of a pivot in things for you. Because look, this is what they're saying. This is you creating some positive karma for the family unit and dynamic. So this is going to be a positive, I guess, long term as well. Show me then. What's the advice for our girl Sammy? As clearly as you can, please. Okay. And they said to wait. And they said to wait. Okay. Yeah. Way this way, I was like looking at the dynamics. They're saying that this isn't a situation where you're going to have to wait for like weeks on end. It is a situation where you'll have to kind of like wait for a good few days or so to kind of like get feedback on the situation, and it will kind of like be in your favor, type thing. Yeah. Yeah. They're saying the situation will improve and it's up to you. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. It seems like you're sort of like entering into like it's showing as a third party situation, but that's speaking about like the work dynamic basically being an external to what your usual dynamic is like with family, right? So it's an external community that you'll be sort of like engaging with. But yeah. Looks like it's all going to God's plan, my love. All going to God's plans. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. The call should be sort of wrapped up within the next couple of weeks, and you'll be doing what you need to be doing within the next 2.5 weeks. So, not a bad bit, if you ask me. Just kind of navigating through some preparation quirks as well. Yeah. Okay. So next on the list we have Angus Carr. Where is your question, Angus? What is your question? Oh. Angus is typing that question, don't worry. Yeah, it is, because with this situation, it's just because of the timing. And I think that that's why they probably wanted to have a conversation with you about it, because the timing may make it questionable as to whether or not it's going to be in your favor, right? But there's actually something brewing with the situation, you know? So that's all. That's all that is. Sorry. I'm diving into it. Oh, yes, Mina, so quick. We're moving through the list. We're moving through the list. Don't worry. It's actually moving quicker than it started initially. So much for my training, right? Good to know that you're here. So amazing. I don't think that there isn't any room or any free what's it called? Any slots that are going to be available by the looks of it, I'm afraid. Yeah. None are going to be available. But it's okay. We'll continue through. We've got Ari, Mina, and So Amazing next after this. And that is it. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking something. Right. Angus Carr. Peculiar question. Why do you ask, will you have kids? Sorry, I'm curious. I asked the question because it seemed like an inevitable. So that's why I'm curious as to why you asked, will you have kids? Because it seems like a very strong desire, which means it has a high probability of manifesting, and God also, I guess, blesses that desire for you. So why do you ask, will you have kids? I'm asking that question because I'm curious as to why it wasn't a question of when, I guess. And again, sometimes I don't necessarily get access to that information, especially when it's a direct question. The guys like to play hard to get. But much like when I was like speaking to Ash 13 about her children and stuff, they gave me a timeline, but that's because the question wasn't about a timeline. I'm telling you, yeah, these spirits are so miserable. Like, you see that I didn't ask about a timeline, and they were very open to like freely share with me. But the moment I ask for a timeline, I'm gonna get riddles. That's how the game works. That's how the game works. But no, haven't had any almost 40. That's okay. That doesn't mean anything. You actually have 3 very quickly in a short span of time within the next 10 years. So, yeah, that's nothing. Will you have any kids? Yes, you shall have 3. And they are very closely aged together. and you start having them within, interestingly enough, the next 3 to 4 years. Yeah. And like I said, they come really quickly, actually. Wonder if it's something in wonder if it's something in bad choices. No, no. Look, I'm gonna say this, guys. If you look in the biblical context, a lot of the people that God blessed with children in their later years was written that way for an exact reason. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. I think obviously like society now y'all are gonna get me into a whole conversation about society standards versus God standards. Don't know if y'all want that, but society standards will tell you that you need to basically get married by your mid-20s and have a whole bunch of babies before your 30s, right? Especially for a woman, you have all of this pressure applied onto you, with basically everybody watching your womb. Your body clock is on watch like this. But honestly speaking, the longer we let our genetics evolve and the longer we actually go through the process of, we're not actually a fully formed adult human until we're 25. So by the time society is basically telling you that you need to start having kids, you've just stopped being a kid yourself. Literally. So God likes for us to take some time to actually like mature into our genetics actually and process some shit. Go figures. He'd like for us to process some stuff, so that as he manifests the next generation through us, as he seeds the next generation through us, we would be at a certain place, genetically speaking, on a molecular level, right? So yeah, society standards is one thing. God loves an old parent. Okay. Don't worry about it, Angus. You meet the right person. You guys actually, like, the kids are already like ready to be here by the time you guys start getting everything going, basically. So don't worry about the fact that you haven't got them today. You're on the journey towards that, right? And the journey ahead is very fruitful. There's 3 kids, further down there for you, waiting, I guess, essentially, for you to get to that timeline so you guys can meet each other. It's like, it's one of those things. Once you get to the timeline, then you'll be able to meet them. But for now, they're sort of like sat patiently waiting for you, and mummy, I guess, to come together so that you guys can give them an opportunity to be birthed. Really. But thank you for your question as well. Grandpa Daddy. Listen, it's all good. Listen, that's that good genetics, okay? God likes it when the genetics is real mature, because then the kind of people that he can manifest with that level of maturity in the genetics, like, for instance, I was doing Bible studies last week and we were speaking about, oh God, I'm so bad with the names. I'm so bad with the names, y'all. I can't remember his name. Bear with me there. I think it was Abraham. And he was already like old, and God told him to, like, get his ass up and move. And he did exactly that, because he was going to be like a significant part of like birthing the manifestation of Jesus. Like, he wasn't it, but through his generation and lineage, and he had to get a certain genetics, basically. Do you know what was so funny, Ash? In my mind, I had to stop and think, do you know what? allowed for me to remember the name, I was thinking, as many sons as Father Abraham, and I am one of them, and so are you. I'm telling you, that's too funny. But yeah, God likes it when we're a little bit more mature. Okay. And you're doing an amazing job. That's all that is. Like, yeah, that's all that is. Okay. He's gonna create 3 magnificent superstars through you. I need to get more songs to like remember like my biblical references, because I'm telling you, like with all the channels that goes through here, I struggle, y'all. And it's so funny. The things that I should forget, I don't. You know those? The things that you know is just like taking up like useless space on your hard drive, but you still have them. Samantha, you should have more trouble. So look at that, Sammy. They inviting you to the party. They're like, oh, we're gonna go and experience. Exactly. Look. Sammy said never, y'all. She good. Literally, that's so funny that you said we could have a party, Ash, because I was like, look, Sammy, they're inviting you to the party. Literally. You guys are inviting her to the party. That's funny. Oh, dude, that's too funny. Okay, this is where we are with the list as well, guys. So we've got Ari on the list. Um, we've got Mina, and we've got So Amazing closing out the list. Yes, Asher, we can count our gray hair. Listen. I'm in the process of manifesting some myself. Oh, that is too funny. Okay, so I think Ari sent me her questions as well. So let me go and have a look at that. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Ari's got me like it's kind of like a menu. Okay, I've got a plethora of questions that I'm gonna pick. Oh, okay. Okay, so first question, did my guides make it to where most of the guides I want don't want me, or they have girlfriends and the guys that want me are not what I want? I don't know why it has to be this way. Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? That part, it is a whole vibe, isn't it, Vida? Listen. Oh gosh, I can't. You guys are cracking me up. Okay, the other question is, why do I have to like the same types of guys that other girls also like? I'm tired of liking a guy and he has a GF. I'm sorry, mama. Or he has too many options to commit to one girl. Listen, I would say both of the questions are quite similar in nature. To be honest with you, Ari, it's just kind of because of the way that things are, God isn't making like an even number of men and women, unfortunately. So, and it's going to stay that way. He's never going to make it an even scale because the men have a different purpose being here in comparison to the women. So, yeah, it's always going to be that way as far as because men are planters. No, I know. I think I'm going to go with, because your guides didn't make it that way. It just so happens to be what it is. Those are just the universal laws that are in place in terms of certain tandems. And those tandems just don't so happen to be like, they just so happen to not be in your favor when it comes to you choosing a romantic partner, unfortunately. So I wouldn't choose question number one, but I'm going to choose question number two and potentially reformat it to kind of like give some context to it and see what we can get with the cards. So I can direct, because I know you like me to sort of like pull the cards to sort of give indication. But yeah, if I go with question number one, they're not really going to give me much on that, because they're just going to tell me we didn't do that. That's just the way it is. They're going to give me a, who is it? Sorry, I'm thinking about another song again. That's just the way it is. Listen, they'll just give me a Tupac. Uh-huh. I still got the song going in my head as well. They are funny. But no, that's just the way it is. It has nothing to do with like them having a say so in that. Those are just the variables. So your second question, Mama, is, and I don't know if you want to type it out there so I can pop it on the screen. It's up to you. Why do I have the same type? Why do I like the same type of guys that other girls also like? I'm tired of liking a guy that has a GF, or he has too many options to commit to one girl. It's unfortunate, man, but listen, God has no plan of changing the setup. Islam is a perfect indication of that. He just taught us how to deal with it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh, but it's true. He gave us Islam so that we can understand the practice. Now we're calling it polygamy. In terms of like how people are practicing polygamy, that's not polygamy. Okay. What they're practicing is basically like social cues on how to pretty much be in an open relationship. That's not polygamy. That though the things that a lot of these people are practicing today is open relationships. Okay. Where they're like thruples and all that kind of stuff. Polygamy is multiple wives, right? And that is provided that said man can meet the emotional capacity, the mental capacity, and the physical needs of all of his wives. If he's got the one wife initially and he's not even meeting her needs, God said no. God's like, nah, like, look at the requirements. You do not have the capacity for a second wife. Nuh-uh. No way, Jose. You need to optimize. Okay, get your money up. Because God's like, you can't afford a second wife. You barely struggling. Okay, get your money up. And really work on your ability to actually be present in the lives of your children. Work on your ability to actually like be motivated to be able to lead the family, right? God already made it very clear. He ain't changing that. He just gave us Islam and said, this is the best way that you work out this situation. Okay. I did. I picked the second one, and this is me answering the second one for you. I'm going to put some cards on it. But this is it. Why do I like the same type of guys that other girls also like? Because polygamy is a thing, my love. I'm going to put some cards and dive into it. But that's the truth. Okay, you don't want an open relationship? No. I don't think the people that are in open relationships want open relationships. They just don't realize that they're being led by their demons. So that part. It's quite wild. God has only allowed polygamy, that is multiple marriages, if one can prevail justice and be an exemplary lead. Otherwise, it will strictly not is there we go. Thank you, because I was like that I couldn't even get the words out in terms of the grammar, but that it's not permissible. You can't just like, oh, I feel like I just need a new wife because I need something new and fresh. It doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that at all. This is what we're experiencing now is child's play. This is like people playing open relationship. This is why I say it's not polygamy. It's just open relationship. They're just like, oh, I want something new. God's like, where they do that at? That's not what I said. Anyways, Ari girl, I'm gonna pull some cards. And I'm gonna put the question to the guides out here. Okay. Right, guys. So let me pop the thingy here so I can see the question whilst I continue to read. But Ari wants to know, why does she have to like the same type of guys that other girls also like? I'm going for question number 2. Question number 1, there isn't really anywhere to go from there. The guides didn't do that. Those are just the universal laws. God did that. Take it up with God. So to your first question, that's a question for you and God, because the guides didn't do that. Those are the permissible laws of the universe. But the second one, I'm gonna dive into with the cards and see what we can get. Okay. Why do I like to have? Sorry. I'm going back to that whole God decided that he's not changing the dynamics of the situation. He just gave us Islam. I'm chuckling about that because I'm sure that's going to come back to me eventually as well, like to bite me in the ass, where God's going to be like, remember that moment when I said, oh, why do I have to like the same types of guys? Ari wants to know, why does she have to like the same type of guys that are just so unavailable guys? Why does that have to be her life? She's like, why me? Huh? Why is that a thing? This one, I'm not gonna lie, feels like a rhetorical question, but I'm gonna dive into it with the cards. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to know what they said? Beautiful. Because they be giving some shade. Yeah, also I hate to make it a race thing, but I don't go for those spicy white guys. I like a basic, unseasoned white guy. The basic but cute white guys. White girls and Asian girls also like them. That's precisely it, mama. That's precisely it. And the other ones that you're talking about, the fact that you don't like, they have even more issues. Okay? Mommy and daddy issues are rife in those types. So yeah, these are just the pickings. I was praying on this the other day, and I said to God, like, seriously, we keep talking about like these quality of people in society, but I need y'all to like really up the makes, because you guys are designing some real effed up people. So yeah, it's not just you, but no shade, no tea. Guess what they said, girl? Guess what they said? They said, let me read the question back to you because they were shady AF. So your question was, why do I have to like the same type of guys that other girls also like? And their response was, well, it's going to force you to be open to new options so you can be more practical, basically. This is why. And these types of white guys, a lot of them wouldn't go for black girls either. Yes, and I tell you why. That's because they're unseasoned. That's precisely it. This unseasoned thing that you, because they are basically a lot of the times they're very much kind of like uncultured, basically. So they're very much like the Caucasian culture. In a lot of different ways. So it's easier for them to kind of like date within those types of brackets, because they tend to be they lack culture, essentially, for lack of a better way of putting it. So that's why you deal with that particular issue when it comes to like, oh, but I'm a black girl who basically likes unseasoned white guys. When you're navigating through that dynamic, it is because there's a bit of a culture clash. So they naturally don't look in this end, basically, unless they get a little bit of flavor and they get a little bit of seasoning, and then they're like, curiosity peaks, right? Also, and I'm gonna be like completely blunt with you when it comes to like this particular situation, because this is something that I've navigated through on different levels, basically. Never really had a situation on that one per se, because, and I'm gonna tell you why, right? When you're dealing with unseasoned white guys as well, they would generally tend to go for like a mixed girl. That's the closest that they're gonna go initially, because they're like testing the waters to see how they can adapt culturally initially, instead of diving all the way in straight off the bat. So it's one of those things. That's another aspect of it that you're still gonna have to navigate through, because it's just a process, my love. I'm still like white guys, but yeah, I like Latino men too. Well, see, this is a thing. Now, Latino men, they would be more inclined to date black women, and that's through all colors and spectrums, because they got a little bit more flavor, so they can adapt to the culture. I think a lot of the times, and it's so interesting because a lot of the times for certain unseasoned white men, their fear in coming into a relationship with a black woman is that they're basically going to have to adapt to their culture, and a lot of the times they can't identify with said culture, and they don't know how to integrate, basically. So it can be quite daunting, actually, in some of those instances, which is why they would try and go for like a biracial female, where there's some sort of symmetry with a culture that they can identify with, unless they got some flavor, bro. And when they got flavor, I mean, you end up with the same problems. I'm not gonna lie. They don't even have to only like black girls. I just want them to be open to dating. Oh, black women. Do you know what? It's so interesting because I'm not gonna lie to you. My light skin privilege has, because this is what happens a lot of the times. Like guys will say to me, "Oh, I'm not really into black girls," but then I'm an exception, and again, it's because of the light skin privilege rule, right? I'm more of a house slave, so that's why in their mind they can get their mind around a concept of basically me being adaptable to their environment as opposed to them having to adapt to my environment. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a very warped perspective. And it's strange because obviously you like what you like. I think Latino men are more adaptable, I guess, to the culture when it comes to a black woman. But I think for a lot of the unseasoned white guys, it just seems like a very daunting cultural shift for them, and it's so far removed. They just don't see themselves in it, you know. And for a lot of them as well, sometimes they feel like it's a lot of extra stuff that they don't really know how to navigate as well, because they like to keep life like this, right? They like life like on monotone level, but then the thought of being in a dynamic with like uh a black girl can sometimes feel like this. And they're not trying to do all of this. They're trying to, this is how they're looking to live life, right? Okay. So yeah, that's just all that is. Beautiful. And mind you, not all white men are the same. There are different types of white men. I like the Latino men that look like white guys. That too, girl. That too. Do you see what I'm saying? And the factors that I'm giving you here is like, it's just the way that things work. What I'm speaking to you about is about a person's neurology. I'm talking to you about a person's psyche in terms of the way that the formatting is. I was most people's first black girl when I was in my whole phase. Early start of my 20s. Getting that out of my system. But that's what I found. And I did a lot of the same things as yourself. The way that I could actually get in the door with the unseasoned white guys is to be a lot less black, to be honest with you. I had to present in a way that was a lot more culturally appealing to them. Like I had to present more white based in order for them to find an attraction. So that's just what it comes down to. People are going to be attracted to what is familiar within their environment. You see what I'm saying? So your skin might be black, and if you're looking towards a an unseasoned white guy, he's looking for an unseasoned life. He doesn't want all that flavor. Okay, he likes his soup like a broth. Okay, he doesn't want all the extra stuff in it. But that's really ultimately what it comes down to. If they are unseasoned, you would have to be a little bit more culturally appealing. Latinos would be a little bit more engaging with you presenting as your actual authentic self, and then being able to sort of like identify and represent with you in that. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't have any attraction to black men, and they just aren't really my type. Not only do they not catch my eye in that way, but they just aren't my type personality. My girl, exactly what you just said is what some of them unseasoned white guys be saying. That's your answer there. That's your answer there. That's exactly a part of why you're navigating through said energy. And I'll tell you exactly what I mean by that, right? Exactly what you have just said is exactly how some unseasoned majority, and I can't even say some because they're like a vast majority, like 87% white men. Okay, 100%, 100%. You were just being honest, and honestly, that's how some of them feel as well. That's why I said to you that right there is exactly that's it. That just answered your question. Like what you just said about them not necessarily like you not necessarily liking black men, you don't necessarily find them attractive and personality wise. That's how some of those unseasoned white guys feel about black girls, and that's just their preference. It's not personal towards you. You just so happen to fall into that same bracket that you're speaking about of black men that they feel about with black women. Do you see what I'm saying? Oh, I'm sorry that it felt like I'm sorry that it felt like that. I'm just being honest. This was something that I myself had to learn as I was navigating through that process when I was navigating through my little whole face back in the day. Because I already had this conversation with God. I had this conversation with my guides. I had this, it wasn't necessary because I didn't, and again, for me, because I had access to the light skin privilege, I used to just do shit to kind of like draw in certain men just to see if I could, because I was curious about how the privileges that I had were working in my favor and against me at the same time. So I already like navigated through a lot of these conversations, but I myself, I can't shame you on that particular thing because I myself am the same. My partner's not black, my partner's Asian. He's he's Mauritian. He's what's it? He looks, I guess. Let me see if I can get a photo up of my fine man. Shit. And put it up on the thing. I'm sorry if I offended you, beautiful. I'm really not trying to. That wasn't my intention because I'm the same way. I think I kind of like gradually, as I went through the process of growing and evolving, I realized that it wasn't my type personally. And personality wise, I get what you mean because I'm a little bit more refined, I guess, in places. And I struggle to be able to have certain levels of conversation. So not me, girl, never. I wouldn't even try to. I'm not even ghetto fabulous though, or like a city girl. They probably just prefer to stick within their race for the most part. That's precisely it. That's precisely it. But for some reason, they would date an Asian girl if she's not white. Yeah, but it's different. And I'm going to explain to you why, right? Because that is like, that's the closest that they are prepared to get to that interracial experience, and still have the aesthetics appear a certain type of way. Now, I'll put it to you like this, right? It takes a certain type of white man to be comfortable with a sister basically in his space, right? The cultures are so different. We do stuff differently with our hair. The food that we eat can sometimes be drastically different because, again, taste buds are different. I've got very bland taste buds. I don't even like my taste buds being excited. Like, it's one of those things, you know. So there's a few factors, I guess, that they would have to consider. But yeah, I think it really just kind of, Asian women are very different from Black women. You're absolutely right there, but there's okay. So I don't think it's a thing where they're thinking, oh, this Asian girl is so drastically different from a Black woman. It's just like, no, I mean, this is kind of me warming up. That's probably the best way that I can put it to you, my love. Black women and Asian women friendship duos are everything. That part, mind you, I can't say nothing because my current partner is my used to be friend's younger brother, and that's actually how we started out. So I don't know what that went. I don't know if she would agree. But the friendship used to be everything when it was in a good place. It was everything, girl. Oh, but that's so funny. Look, I think the situation that you're navigating through is something that you navigate through when you were a lot younger. I'm not going to lie, because I was very curious about it when I was young and coming into my 20s and stuff like that. So I experimented quite a bit. Like I said, I was most people's first Black girl. And that was because I wanted to test my power and see what I could get away with, right? To really understand like where I place in society. And it's something that you kind of like learn over time. The thing that you're talking about in terms of your personal preference, it's just their personal preference as well, you know. And I think you'll find, you know, a guy, I'm gonna say this to you, he might be on season, but he will have some flavor. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you why, because he needs flavor to be able to kind of like keep up with you and maintain relationship. You're not really like your typical Black girl. So I don't necessarily think that, you know, the attraction's going to be there, definitely, basically. I think it's more so a case of cultural adapting, right? Because the cultures are just very drastically different. That's just what the reality is. Like, you know, I remember, so my ex bestie, her partner's Caucasian, she's Black, obviously, and I remember when we had like a conversation when he was around, and we were all like talking over each other because we grew up in chaos and dysfunction. Shit, shit. We're all Black families. Well, there was my family. Well, there was myself, my friend, and my partner at the time. He's Asian, but he's from Tottenham, which is basically like a Black melting pot. So he might as well be. um, and we were like talking over each other, and he didn't get it. He was just like, why are you guys doing that? Why don't you guys stop and speak one at a time? Because that's the environment that they're used to. Okay. But we were all there like, oh my God, I know exactly what he just said. I can tell you the last 10 words he just said. I know what she just said as well. I know it sounds like we're talking over each other, but we're actually like cohesively understanding each other. That's just what it sounds like from the outside because y'all don't understand this chaos. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm putting it across to you to say that there's a difference in the way that we are raised in general. And I think that's why you'll find that even if a guy isn't really into black girls, but he does go for an Asian girl, like if a white guy is not really into black girls, but he does go for an Asian girl, that's because her cultural upbringing closely resembles what he is used to and comfortable with. So he will naturally go to the path of least resistance rather than having to stretch himself excessively to change and grow. You know what I mean? But let's go find out some guidance on what the guys think you should do with this situation. I laughed on this one because they were like, yeah, this is just an opportunity for you to learn how to be practical about how you choose and be a little bit more open. So let's go and dive into it and see what's possible. Okay. What do you guys advise? Oh, all right. They said, yes, you gotta wait. Sorry, beautiful. They just said, yes, you gotta wait. I think it's just one of those situations where obviously you're still finding the person that really aligns with the same values that you have. And I think that there is someone out there for you. I think it's just because of all of these other factors. But you're not seeing, Ari. You're not seeing. You see how they try to sweeten the thing. They try to sweeten the thing. They're like, yes. They're like, yes, yes, yes. Wait. At the bottom of the deck, they're like, wait. They fully are just trying it. They are funny. They are funny though. But yeah, it is a situation where it's a case of finding the right person for you. And I think that there will be a nice guy that really actually like gets you. And I want that for you as well. I've prayed on it. Like I've literally sat here on my little prayer mat and prayed for you on this particular situation. And I've deliberated with the guides back and forth because I know it's something that you're working towards manifesting, but they're very adamant. They're very adamant that you're looking for something in particular. And until, that can, like, some of those variables can certainly align, it really is just a waiting sort of situation, I'm afraid. Sorry though, Mama. It will be, right? Right, Mina? It will be. Trust me. The wait will be over soon enough. I know you've been waiting for a minute as well, and you've been trying. They tried. They tried. They tried. They tried. You're thinking though. You're getting there. The thing about it is, like, all of this time that has passed so far where you've had to like wait and wait and wait, at least that time's behind you. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to redo that time again. You just have to kind of like focus on the time ahead. And I think you will find like a really, really nice person, actually. A really nice person. Interesting. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you, though, beautiful. Because I know that when we come onto these conversations, it can get like hella tricky. Hella tricky because the guys are out here like, and I really do be praying for you on this. Like sometimes when I go into my little like prayer mode, I'll be out here for like a good 30 minutes on my little prayer mat, just going, thinking about who else have I like spoken to, what is their situation, what's going on, like who haven't I prayed for today, and I'll like go in. It's like, one of those situations. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. I'm gonna keep praying on it for you as well, Ari. I really am. Because I feel like even when I put my case in, sometimes like I'm having like little laughs and giggles to myself because I know the conversations that I try and like have as well, like on you guys' behalf, like on a sidebar when I'm in my own personal space after the facts. But I also know the responses I get. That part. So that's why too. But yes, right, Mina. We've got you, and I think so amazing. Those are the last two left for the readings tonight. And I'm surprised. We're like 3 a.m. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. We'll see what time I can get off. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Oh, honestly, I genuinely like when I get a moment to go into like my little prayer closet, because sometimes my days are so chaotic. I go and I go ham. I'm like, who haven't I prayed for? Like in my mind, I keep like a mental list, and it's like my guides will remind me, this person, you said you were going to pay for that. I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I just go down the list, go down the list. I have to. It's important. Sometimes I'm putting prayers out there, and certain people, sometimes they're going through their own darkness where the guides are like, yeah, they need a prayer. They haven't had a prayer out there for them for like a good week. They haven't had a prayer out there for like a good 10 days. Sometimes I'm hearing people that haven't had a prayer out there for like a good few months for them. So somebody's got to do the job, girl. Somebody's got to do the job. Thank you. So amazing. You're so amazing for letting us know you're still here, girl. That part. Current thoughts or feelings. Oh, nice to see you, Kayla. Nice to see you, Mama. I didn't realize you were out here hanging out in the background, waiting for a little something, something. Yeah, I've been out here for like 5 hours already. You know how it is in these YouTube streets. That part. Okay, so Mina wants to know. Yeah. Okay. So Mina wants to know, what are the current thoughts or intentions of Showcat towards me? Thank you so much for your, thank you so much, love, for your precious time and energy. Oh, good. Let me, listen, I'm not going to be doing this. This drink needs several ices because cranberry is very tarty. Oh, very tart. But let's go and dive into it. Let's see, Showcat's thoughts. Let's start there. What are his thoughts towards our girl Mina? We're back there again. Yeah. Cranberry is tangy. You know, and it just like hits those little, like, oh, oh gosh. Sorry, I'm gonna see if I got like a photo of my little fly bay so I can like share in this space as well. I really don't do photos. I was just having a conversation about that earlier where I was like, yeah, what happened to those people? I don't know where that girl is. But I'm gonna get him to introduce himself one of these days. I don't know if I've got any photos that I can share because I don't really do photos. But we shall. Oh, do you know what? Let's see if I go here. Let me see if I can get you guys to say my little sexy bae. Hold on. That's my bae, y'all. Oh, you can probably see on here as well. That's my bae. That's when he was in Mauritius, actually. So yeah. Okay. That was for what's it? When he comes here, like, and he, because I usually don't have him around whenever I do readings, because I never know how long I'm going to be in the space with you guys. And I don't want to be under pressure, like, while I'm in the space for you guys, feeling like I need to hurry up and get off the live to, like, go and entertain. So I never usually have him around when I'm doing these things for you guys. So that's probably the only time you meet him, to be honest. Because I am just busy in the space for you guys. But let's dive into what's it called? Your reading, which, oh, thank you, Mina. I was trying to find a photo. I literally couldn't find a photo. It's funny. Because there was a time where my gallery was filled with photos of us, but I don't know, in the last few years, it's like my Pisces nature is just activated. I just don't do photos. I'm usually like, I've taken mental images, guys. And people tell me all the time when I go places, she came up, please take photos. I can't get your downloads mentally. It's not the same thing. I need to see physical representation of what, happened. I'm like, yeah, but if you look, I can send you the download. Look. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing, but yeah. Let's go, Mina. It's interesting. I was laughing about the situation with Showcat because when I parted the cards, the split was showing the lover's cards at the bottom when I was asking about like his thoughts towards you. So he's still navigating, basically. He's still navigating through kind of like where the situation is. Just feeling like this connection is something that he wants to, be able to nurture. It seems as though he's kind of like navigating through the hanged man energy. So are you guys back in communication just yet? Because the hanged man's usually speaking about delays. It's not upright and it's not actually all the way in reverse. It actually came out like a path that he was crossing. So y'all dealing with the Mercury retrograde energy as well? You dealing with delays in communication? Let me know, Mama. I'm going to grab the other deck as well because they're going to take me into the intentions. And I'm going to grab this deck as well because they said I'm going to need it. Yeah. Tell me what's going on with the communication side of things because they're showing me, right? Firstly, they're showing me that there's a little bit of a delay in terms of future plans. The progress has been a little bit halted because you guys are kind of like at a very definitive place within the dynamics of, your friendship. So last night he called, but he started making fun of why I cry while watching a drama based on autistic child, and it really offended me. So I dropped the call. Hey Jada, how you doing, Mama? He kept calling, but I didn't pick up. Okay. I think he's gonna have to like. It's so funny as well because this is the thing that we spoke about at least at some point. He's going to have to learn how to read the room and understand the sensitivity levels on certain situations. And you as well, Mama. What's the big deal? So what if he made fun? Why did you what okay, let me ask you this. What was like why was your immediate response to shut down by him making the joke? Because you knew it was a joke, right? So why was the automatic response to like put a wall up? Oh, I'm okay, Jada. I'm doing good. God is good. Can't complain. Good to know that you're good, though, my love. Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, Mina's like, I just felt the world is insensitive towards kids with autism and their struggles. And I get you on that. I get you. Listen, I'm a big blubbering baby. I would have been there crying as well. But people always make fun of me for crying. But at this point, I mean, I kind of make fun of myself. I'm like, I'm sorry. The first friendship date my bestie ever took me out on was like a poetry session. And I literally, like, I was crying. I'm like, girl, I'm so sorry. I'm a crier. Nobody can take me anywhere. I can't help myself, but don't judge me. Like, that's me. That's me. Yes, I did close the free readings or close and donations readings or close. I've been in here for like 5 hours. I'm finishing up my last two readings now at the minute. And then I'm outie. But tune in next week. Get in here nice and early as well. I'm going to be doing readings solely for new subscribers, potentially as of next week, because they've already given me the assignment. So I'm going to try and optimize towards it. Okay. Hang in there, beautiful. Hopefully it all aligns for us. But yeah, for some reason, I also felt he lacks that sensitivity. Okay. I was going through an emotional meltdown while watching it, and oh, oh, thank you, Mama. Look forward to seeing you then. Um, I was going through an emotional meltdown while watching it, and that that very moment he was making fun. Okay, so I just snapped back. Yeah, because it's a vulnerable moment for you as well, kind of just like letting yourself be out here. Like, listen, I tell people, listen, I'm a crier. Okay, do not judge me, and if you are judging me, take that shit over there, because I don't want to be judged in my moment of vulnerability, because I am gonna cry. I'm like, look, I'm Pisces. I can't help myself. This is just the way I've been built. Don't judge me. God made me this way for a reason. It's just what it is. Your sensitivity levels. Um, yeah, I just snapped back hard, but now I feel it was quite a bit of a reaction on something so small. Ah, really? You guys are gonna have to like figure out how to navigate through these aspects of your personality in the friendship. Do you see what I'm saying? So if he's a jokester and he's kind of like a jovial gesture, that's the way that he engages in his experiences. See, I know that part, Mina. That part. I know about the Pisces moon, right? So it's just the natural elements. It's just the way that you were designed. God made you that way for a reason, to feel these hits, to like connect with these deep levels of feelings. You see what I'm saying? Um, there would be a time where when I first started to like activate my gift being a Pisces, and so I would cry giving people their channeling, like most of the time. Even now, like when it's a really deep channel, I still cry. Like, bear with me a minute. Let me gather myself together. That contrast in the personality is inevitable. Yeah, it's just the way that it is. But honestly, you guys are going to like have to figure out how to navigate through these little things just to be able to maintain the friendship dynamics, right? And he's also needing to learn like the sensitivity levels. Maybe it might be worth having a conversation with him to let him know why you felt like just wrong timing. Wrong timing, because you were in a moment of vulnerability. For me, whenever people would kind of like my mom was actually usually the first person to make fun of me, because I'm a crier. She doesn't really cry much for anything, actually. She's a Taurus, so she bottles, she holds everything in, she bottles. I don't know how to do that. I'm Pisces. Shit. I cry at everything. So in navigating through her, basically I experienced quite a few of those moments you did with Showcat. I just learned, like, look, this is what it is. Don't judge me. And if you are going to judge me, look away. Look away, because I shall be crying. And if you're not in the same room and you don't want to hear me crying, close your ears, because I shall be crying. It's just the way it is. So yeah, I think for both you guys, because it's so funny, because that would be said resistance, my love. That would be said delay that the cards are showing, right? So now that we have clarity on that, Mina, are you going to speak to Showcat? Are you going to let him know, like, okay, you didn't necessarily appreciate, him making fun of you in a vulnerable moment, or what felt like a vulnerable moment to you. But yeah, it's worth a conversation. Not too big of a deal. Let's have a look then at his intentions towards you. Let's have a look at his intentions towards you. Oh. Sugar feels like he can't stay out of the doghouse, mate. He feels so defeated. He feels like he takes a few steps forward, but he's still trying to figure out how to navigate this space with you. But he is a little bit defeated because he's like, oh, what did I do? That was so bad. It really isn't him. It's not him, but good one on you. I definitely agree. Let him speak first, and then, you can put a little something, something in there. His intentions, interestingly enough. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So his intentions on the situation, he definitely feels burnt out, right? He feels burnt out about the dynamics. Um, mm, he's definitely prepared to come to the space and be warm though. He's definitely prepared to come to the space and be like inviting. I think that he's kind of like wanting to come to the space to be a lot more perceptive moving forward. Like he wants to be able to read. Because I'm like, why didn't he just read the room? Wrong timing. And I think that that's just one of those situations when you're a jovial spirit, it can be a little bit tricky knowing how to like balance it or when to put that out there because it's not always warranted. Not everybody's constantly on that vibration all the time. So that can be a little bit tricky in his defense in terms of how to navigate that. Okay. He just wants to like make fun of stuff most of the time. And sometimes it's like, no, real life is happening, actually. And I think he's still learning his cues in those moments, right? When it's like a real life moment. But yeah, I think he's just trying to be a little bit more perceptive when it comes to you. He's trying to be more careful moving forward so that he don't get what? That 5 of Pentacles, okay? So he don't get thrown out and casted out in the cold. Because he won't get a quick one. He makes fun of everything, even himself. Exactly. That's his natural nature. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a coping mechanism that he developed really young, but it seems to be something that he feels like that's what basically like makes people like him. Because he can be quite like jovial in that way, but it's a case of figuring out like when to fine tune that, when to put that on, and when to like turn that button all the way off. Okay, mute that bitch. Boop. He's still figuring out those somatics, so bear with him as he navigates through his process. I guess you're the perfect person to basically like execute all of these boundaries with him because shit, he been learning boundaries after boundaries after boundaries, girl. I see you've been learning your own boundaries as well, kind of like figuring out where you stand with certain things, your placements with certain things as well. So I like that for you guys. Look at you guys like optimizing together in different ways. Snaps for you guys. Let's see what's the overall guidance for you guys on the situation. What do you guys advise Mina in terms of the situation with Showcat, y'all? Okay, interesting. Oh. Okay. 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 Nice. Nice. Okay, so the overall advice for you, I was about to say the overall communication, interesting, but we've got a communication card here. That's why I was reading at the same time. Okay. So, yeah, the guides are saying, don't stop with this situation. Just get more information. That's really the advice for you. Get more information, and moving forward is a case of communicating clearly because there will be an unlikely outcome. So the air will be cleared, and it will be like the unlikely air. So this climate that you guys are navigating throughout the moment, this moment of misunderstanding, basically him not really understanding, okay, this isn't a feasible moment for like that spirit. We need the spirit of compassion, not the spirit of like gesture at the minute, right? We don't need that jovial spirit here. We want compassion, because that's the vibration you were on, that's the place you were moving from, and that's the lens that you were observing the situation from, right? I think he was just trying to lighten the mode or room in the situation. But again, just explain to him, wrong timing. You weren't necessarily in that space. You weren't looking for a pick me up out of where you were. You were really trying to process an understanding for just how some of these people's lives have been affected. And also, autism is such a tragic like ailment to navigate through, because this is like generational bleeding out into one person, and they're carrying like the genetic sequence of so much dysfunction. Like, it's a lot. I do get it, you know what I mean? But yeah, you guys will sort this out. It's the time that you guys are going to spend in each other's space. I'm sure that you guys are going to grow tremendously. Just this little season that you guys will be in each other's lives for, because God clearly is already like testing you guys in ways, and it's interesting to see how you guys are showing up for the test as well. So yeah, that's hope that was useful for you, beautiful. Okay, that part. That's so funny. Oh, dude. Mina said, and I did not pick up after the facts either. It was over. Thank you so much. I love how deeply you understand and read me. Forever grateful for your precious time and energy. Means a lot. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, we're all out here trying to figure out this life stuff together, right? Half the time when I'm going through stuff, I'm like, oh, I wonder how my YouTube posse is dealing with this energy. That's why I come in here and try and check in on certain things for you guys, but you're good. Right. So amazing. We're finally there to you, girl. Aren't you happy? Oh my God. Oh, you're so diligent as well. You proper like have been here. I appreciate you, beautiful, but we're finally here to you, giving you my undivided attention. Okay. So what are the feelings or thoughts of Prakash towards me? Yeah, I know, she was so quick. I didn't even finish packing up the cards. And I love it. We can dive straight in. That's what I'm saying. She had been waiting since the start. Like, I saw her out here, like in the chat in the start. So I appreciate that level of diligence and patience, and God will reward you for that. Okay. Right. So, Prakash, we're going to start with feelings. What's Prakash's feelings towards a girl? So amazing. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, interesting. He's a bit indecisive. That's interesting. He can't make up his mind just yet in terms of how he feels about you. Are you guys in communication at the minute? Let me ask you that, because usually the indecision can be an indication that there's a lot of distance between you guys, or there may be a disconnect. So are you guys in current communication? Interesting. Okay. Okay. Let me clarify this. Oh, he's got some scattered thoughts on the situation. He's not all the way clear. I didn't like his inconsiderate attitude, so I stopped replying to his texts. Okay. Yeah. Okay. because that's usually when there's an element of indecision in a relationship. It does usually mean a disconnect of some sort, which is what's causing a little bit of indecision. It's like, oh, I'm not too sure where I stand basically with this person, so I don't really know how to navigate the process, and their decision basically is being made based on how the other person engages or interacts with them. Until then, they haven't made a definitive decision because it kind of low-key isn't in the ball isn't in their court to make their decision. So it's one of those types of things. That's why I wanted to just clarify if you guys are in active communication. Please clarify then. Oh, thank you. Okay. Here we go. Oh, okay. I think, interestingly enough, on his part, there seems to be, he knows that he was a little bit hasty in terms of the way that he was communicating. I think he didn't necessarily think things through, but I also think right now he doesn't really care for the consequences, which is obviously you kind of not necessarily replying to him. I think he is, hey, Brownie. Did he say those words deliberately, or he was just busy and couldn't reply properly? I think it really was just one of those situations where he was hasty. He was actually like hasty with the situation. Unfortunately, we're finishing up at the minute, my love. I've been here for like almost 6 hours, so I'm gonna go bed. It's like 3:30 a.m. where I am at the minute. I'm working tomorrow, so I'm gonna go to bed. But I'll be back in these YouTube streets next week. Gonna try and be out here at least twice a week for y'all, so that I can get like you new subscribers like fed with your readings as well, because the guys have been having a go at me. So tune in next week, Brownie. We'll see if you can like make either the free or donation list. Yeah. With the situation, yeah, I think it's one of those things where he was very quick at basically like responding, but I think now he's almost like, because he feels like he's basically tried to kind of like right his wrongs and he's not getting anywhere in terms of forgiveness. So he's kind of now reflecting that type of energy where he's kind of taking a disregard for like the consequences of his actions, because it feels like he's tried to be apologetic. I think he's remorseful as well. I don't think it was intentional. I don't think he intended to basically like project that way. I think it was just a moment like where there was just like a fall from grace for a moment. You know, I think with the situation with him, obviously there was just a moment of egotism that just rubbed you the wrong way. And I think that this needed to come up to basically show you that it exists and help you to understand to what degree. Guys, please no hiccups. That's going to be a challenge for the channel. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, because that was just going to get so awkward. But yes, because sometimes they mess with my body as I'm like navigating the channels. You guys would see me do like lots of different stuff. Basically, it's when my clairs are being activated and my humans just trying her best to navigate through these channels being opened up, y'all. But yes, so because it seemed as though there wasn't necessarily like forgiveness basically of like just his moment of indiscretion, I think he's actually sort of like it's almost like he's playing tit for tat and he's refusing to learn what he needed to learn from that situation, because he's almost like, oh, I'm not going to give in, or I already tried my best to basically like let her know where I am with this situation. I tried to let her know what the circumstances were here, and you know, all of these aspects. I think it's just one of those things where yeah, I think he felt like he was just having a moment, and it was unfortunate, the response that he got, basically. So now he's just kind of like, he's unsure if he wants to even like continue to pursue giving it much effort, basically, to try and let you know that he wasn't coming from a malicious place with it. Yeah. But let's have a look at his thoughts towards you, because those are his feelings. And he's not in any rush to reconcile as well either, because of the way that things kind of spiraled as quickly. I think he's kind of telling himself that, he tried to fix the situation really quickly and you're just being difficult. That's the way that he's telling it at the minute. Okay. Let's have a look then. What are Prakash's thoughts towards me? Oh, thank you. Okay. He's hopeless, girl. I felt he didn't realize how much hurt he caused me. Definitely. It wasn't intentional. I don't think he intentionally meant to cause you that hurt. I think his intentions now at the minute is that he feels, oh, that's interesting. It's interesting in one deck, right? Definitely he's living in like the mental plane when it comes to the situation with you, for sure, for sure. But on both decks, at the bottom of the deck, we have the Six of Wands energy. So this is definitely about a fall from grace. This is definitely about like egotism being a factor here. I think both of you guys are being egotistical in your own ways, and I'm going to explain to you what I mean. Okay. I think obviously no shade, no tea, Mina. Okay. But they're literally saying to me, they're using that as an example. So just kind of like how Mina found herself shutting down, right? Because I'm sure you were here for that reading. Just like how she found herself shutting down when she was having a moment of vulnerability, and Showcat not being able to reciprocate that, compassion that she was actually hoping to be able to kind of receive. It kind of, because the energy wasn't landing, and being received properly and there wasn't much reciprocity, basically. With that type of dynamic, obviously he's now reflecting the same sort of energy. You know what I mean? Now he's shut down. Now he's unclear. He's a little bit hopeless, actually. He's a little bit because that's what they were saying, Mina. They were like, it's just like how Mina shut down. That's what you did, girl. You shut down like how Mina shut down. But that's because he said the wrong thing in the moment. So y'all was like technically sitting in the same class. But that's it. That's precisely it. So amazing. Really, the opportunity here was for you guys to kind of like navigate through having those challenging discussions. Come on, guys, man. Come on. Mercury's in retrograde. We know what we're doing. Let's do this shit like we know what we're doing, man. We've had a few Mercury retrogrades. No, but seriously, Mercury's in retrograde. So essentially, these are the tests that are going to come up, right? Just so that you guys can like really show how much you have grown in communication class, for one, especially when you're triggered, because that's Mercury's. You guys are laughing, but I literally had to have the same conversation with myself yesterday. I was like, come on. It's funny, right? So me and the mister made plans to do something yesterday, and I was like totally stressing myself out to do all these other things so I can be prepared to do that thing. You girl ended up sleeping for like 12 hours yesterday anyways. Because God had other plans, right? God would leave me of those duties, but I was busy being mad. You know what I mean? But yeah, when he indirectly told me those plans weren't necessarily going to go anymore, phone down, same as you guys, okay? But then I had to be held accountable. It was like, nuh-uh, girl, Mercury's in retrograde. You better show up to class. So y'all, We in class, okay? We're in class. Mercury retrograde is literally trying to show us where we are in communication. And as much as we think we're such great communicators, Mercury is like, nah, girl, where'd they do that at? I don't think so. So that is literally it. That is literally it. So, whilst we go through communication class, ladies, let's put our best foot forward. I'm telling you, I woke up this morning and my demon was still going mad. Like, I sent a voice there, but I was like, no, let me delete that. The energy on that was all wrong. That wasn't what I wanted to convey and deliver. So I had to, like, and it's interesting because in this climate, I'm learning that it's okay to retract certain statements and actually present a much better option of a statement. That's what I'm learning in this Mercury retrograde. Okay. And I hope, listen, guys, you guys can't even see how my ears is burning, but the guides want us to receive this message. Burning. When I tell you the top of my ear up here, burning. Inside of my ear, burning. My clear audience, they're like giving me that hot breath, like, listen, and you need to tell them. Like, it's proper burning. They're proper like out here. We need to like get this message, I guess, for the most part. But yes, Mercury is in retrograde. We are going through Romance class. And we're dealing with it, particularly in terms of our areas of communication, because Venus is retrograde as well. And Venus is coming into her like a few final, like, I think, let me see how long Venus is going to be in retrograde for as well. Because y'all need to know, like, we need to know how long we're going to be sitting this class for. Okay. Venus retrograde. Yeah. So the Venus retrograde is until the 3rd of September, right? So last few days of that, we've got like a week of that left. Thank God for that. But the Mercury retrograde has only just started on the 23rd. So we've still got basically another 3 weeks of that to go. So whilst we're navigating through communication class, obviously, we'll feel it in romance. We'll feel it in all the areas: romance, family dynamics, snaps, work, school, wherever we are, where our communication needs to be optimized, we'll feel it in all of those places, right? So as you navigate through the process, just be mindful, okay? Because Mercury be out here taking notes for the next class, right? And where you mess up in this class, Mercury's going to be like, and then the next time when Mercury goes retrograde, because obviously Mercury goes retrograde like every, like 3 times a year, right? So I want to say like every quarterly. And you know, it's like the next time when Mercury goes retrograde again, and Mercury's going to be like, oh, do you remember the time when you were like talking this-ish and you did that and you was like shutting down here? Let me see you do that again. And then you forget that that was actually what you did the last time when the cycle came up. Then you do that shit again when the cycle revisits yourself. And then you're like, oh my God, why am I looping? Well, that's because you failed the class twice. And Mercury's like, remember when you did that in 2023? I took note. Do you see what I'm saying? So, to avoid all that, let's just learn our lessons, ladies, okay? When it comes to communication class, okay? Because, especially because this Mercury retrograde is going to be keeping notes for the next 18 months when Venus goes retrograde again. So we're going to be dealing with, seriously, guys, like, this is strategical gameplay, because literally yesterday I was like, oh my God, I don't want to fail this class. This morning I woke up and I was like, voice notes after voice notes after voice notes, because I was like following up on everything from everyone and everything. And I was like, oh shit, I better not fail this class, because I'm not sending this shit again in 18 months. In 18 months, I better be my better self. I'm telling you. So Seeing as those are the variables that we are navigating through, y'all, we're gonna make it do what it do, okay? We're gonna actually like, as these challenges show up, we're gonna actually like be our best self. That's me being super me, okay? We're gonna be our best selves. Honestly, seriously, this morning when I sent the voice note, like my guys were like, "Didn't I tell you about this yesterday?" Like, what you tell me? They were like, "This energy, this tone." I was like, "Oh, my bad." Even the energy we're being marked on for this Mercury retrograde, especially the energy. Okay, so be mindful on how you deliver things because energy is everything, and they are taking notes on everything. Everything. Okay, just want to put that out there. Now let's close out the space with your guidance. That part. I'm telling you guys, no, seriously. It was so funny because I just felt the shift in me because we were like doing good, the communication was good, the energy was nice, we were like very receptive to one another. We've really been working on our communication, right? Because I have a stank attitude sometimes. I can't help it. It's my Jamaican nature. I'm working on it though. But yesterday, when they said what they said, and then they reminded me what they reminded me, I was like, oh snap, I need to remind the troops. But I forgot. So, you two, put the word out. Tell some people to tell some people to tell some people. Okay? Mercury is keeping extra special notes during this climate, especially for romance class, right? And especially for any area that is going to be impacting our ability to kind of like create some of the like ventures that we have planned up here. Do you see what I'm saying? Like any area where we're like struggling to communicate on those things. It's gonna be a whole thing, y'all. What's the guidance for our girl? So amazing on this. Because yeah. What's the guidance? What can y'all tell us about the situation? Thank you. Okay, well, if there isn't a helpful network of people, but there's something better, talk to me about the something better. What does that look like? Let's really chop this up, guys, Oh, thank you. Let's see. Oh. They are so shady. They are so shady. I literally had a conversation with my guys the other day, and I told them they need to go to etiquette class because they're more ratchet than me. Okay? Hear what they done said. So amazing. Okay? They said, because I asked for your guidance, they were like, there isn't really a helpful network of people to work on this because, I mean, people aren't really working on themselves like that within the network that you're around like that. They're more inclined to kind of like project externally and be like the other person's a problem constantly, always. So that's not where you look for the guidance. They're very clear on that. But they did say that there's not likely to be any like major happy changes or anything like that. This is just more something that you're navigating through over the course of the next few months. And there's a waiting period to see basically how you do with the results of this. Ooh, girl, make sure you pass your class. Okay. I'm telling you, it's just easier. Once you pass, you get to move on to the next ascension point and the next ascension point and the next ascension point. Okay. But they're saying that this is something that it's not about like a network around you because the network that's around you isn't as supportive as you would like them to be in terms of this dynamic or what you're navigating through, and they don't have the answers for you in it. But the changes that you want to see will come by you practicing the spirit of patience and giving yourself a little bit of a wait period until the next few months, where you can sort of like see how this is probably get the next Mercury retrograde. You'll see how much you've grown in your communication class, is probably what they're saying with that. They're like, yeah, once you kind of navigate through this stuff, you'll be good. You'll be good, girl. Thank you. I'm glad that we managed to speak about this one actually, because that one, it caught me off guard. I wasn't prepared for Mercury going retrograde. You know, when you're like, oh, my communication, I've done improved, I'm doing so well. And then Mercury retrograde, it's like Mercury is like, huh? What'd she say? Huh? Ooh, let's test that, huh? How about that? And you're like, oh, Mercury. I mean, I wasn't like saying that I was the best at communicating, but I was saying that I had grown. I'm telling you guys, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry if I'm tickling you, but I'm being so serious. That's exactly what it's like. Listen, I've had times where I've like sat and had conversations where I'm trying to have a conversation with like, look, Venus, if you're gonna come this time, right? Like, you know, I'm working on this. Like, listen, trust me, proper combos. Purple combos. You know, I'm working on this, right? Don't hit me too hard like you did last time. Just be nice and soft and gentle with me, right? But yeah, sometimes it's worth being able to sort of like clarify what happened during the last retrograde, how you navigated through it, where you felt your strong points were, where were your weak points, what you would do differently, because that's basically what they're asking you to do. And they're hoping you wake up. Sometimes I like to sleep just for fun. But then when I fail the class and I have to like deal with the consequences, that's never the fun part. But my self-sabotage tendencies won't let me stop doing that habit. I like a bit of drama. I can't lie. It spices my life up. You know, sometimes my life can be a little bit, you know, mundane with all the normal life stuff. Who wants to do that? You know, so sometimes I just mess shit up myself, unfortunately. I've had to have several conversations with self-sabotage. Ooh, if you have a tendency to self-sabotage as well, now is a great time to have a conversation with self whilst Mercury is in retrograde, because you could tear all your shit down that you're trying to build right now with the wrong words. So please have a conversation with yourself about what the future plans are. Like, seriously, I'm being so serious, guys. Like, we're having a laughable moment, but there's so many things out here where you think the conversation's going one way, and then you learn very quickly that it's not going the way that you thought that it was going. Pretty quick, actually. That part. Always. But I hope that you guys enjoy your what I think we've got the Pisces full moon coming as well to kind of like help us to release some subconscious blockages, anything that isn't serving us, which is nice. I think we're going to need that closing out the Venus retrograde as well. I like how God did that, because as soon as the Venus retrograde is starting to finish, let's just get confirmation, because I think I've got it up here. Let's see the Pisces. Yeah, the Pisces full moon happens at the end of the month, the 31st, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like we have that to kind of like clear the space and kind of like clear some of this baggage that we're creating during this Venus retrograde. But this retrograde seasons, listen, this Saturn as well, like, is taking notes for our karma that we manifest. Like, sorry, let me put my eyebrows down. Because I'm telling you, my eyebrows are raised, because I'm just like, you know, when you're like navigating like the wilderness and you're like on your knees and you're like, oh, no, not on your knees, you're dragging yourself on your belly and you're like trying to stay safe. Like, it's one of those, whenever I catch a glimpse of any sort of like info that I can share with you guys, I'm like, right, guys, Don't step here. There's a mine there. Like, I need to share because Mercury's come out here like, hello, did you see me? That's the kind of energy Mercury's bringing. And especially as well, because we've obviously got it in, we've got it in Virgo. Virgo is all about the attention to detail. So literally, it's the small shit that you're going to get tripped up on in communication class. You know, like the big discussions, the big conversations, you can handle all that shit. Mercury ain't going to touch that. Mercury's going to be like, you think you're smart? I don't want that. I want this one. And he's going to go like into the intricate details of certain files where you failed the class previously. And then he's going to pour some salt into that wound and see how you respond. So I'm going to pray for everybody, including myself, because we all need prayers. Okay? When I tell you, even this morning, I had to like, after I sent the voice note and I had to delete it, I was like, down, demon, down. I'm trying to be in a loving space with my man. You better not shit up for me. I'm telling you, it's a whole thing out here. So be mindful whilst you're navigating through the Mercury retrograde. We've only got 3 weeks of it, but we've also got the post shadows as well. And this is what happens when you think the class is over. The post shadows is basically where you're likely to like flunk the class as well, and they still take notes. It still goes on to your karma, but it's not as intense basically for you to kind of like live it down. So it's one of those. So let's see. Mercury is going to be retrograde. It was retrograde from the 23rd. It's going to be finished up around about the 13th. Okay, so we have until practically like the end of October to just like not do anything communication wise. Not to say not do anything, but it's kind of like maintaining good, healthy, positive communication, just at least so that you can pass the class. And then when the class is over, you can like go back to your usual self. At least you can earn some positive karma for like the next time the class shows up, right? Because we get like these moments. We've got other classes going on. Who's looking at romance class? I mean, communication class. We've got other stuff like reality checks are going on with Neptune in retrograde at the minute. Like people are navigating through their own like disillusioned state. Ain't nobody got time to like manage all this stuff. Okay, so just play nice with Mercury until the end of October, and then you know you can navigate the rest of the year. That part. I'll go. I'll go back to usual that part. Okay, we're just trying to pass the class. And you know what's so funny about that, right? My guide says to me, and this is why you don't ever really pass the class, because you want to do the bare minimum to get through the class, but you don't want to do what is required to get out of this set. Because it's saying, oh, you can like go move up a set. So basically, I can move up to like a brighter set, a brighter star, right? But I'm like, no, I'll do the bare minimum. That works for me. It's fine. Obviously, when you go back to self would have already sort of like optimized to certain degrees, right? Certain things that would have triggered you before won't trigger you in the same way anyways, because you worked through it during this type of climate. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I try and explain to them, but it's like, you know, they're trying to come at you, girl, but it's all good. We're good. Just be mindful, guys, like seriously. This Mercury retrograde is basically going to be taking notes for like a good 3 years on certain things that you're going to have to just keep working on in communication class. If you can get them done now, all the better. You know what I mean? And then when you get back to communication class, you can be like, look what I did. On that note, beautiful people, you guys have been awesome. I've been here for 6 hours. So I'm gonna take my ass off to sleep, actually. I've got work tomorrow. But I will catch you guys next Friday, I think, actually. I'm going to get back to the Friday rhythm because at least Saturdays I can sleep in. That part. All right, guys. Love you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm going to put the outro on before I go.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Guys, I'll catch you guys next week for more of this little spice, right? Oh, thank you, Mina. You are the best. You actually sit out here and like do these hours. Like we do a full-on shift, Mina. But thank you so much, beautiful. I'll see you guys next week. Mwah, mwah. God bless. It's